And now, it begins. How's it going, guys?
Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to light by accident.
Unknown. How's it going, man? Bug, how you doing? Hey, Annie, how's it going, man? Alright. Why do I keep going all in the same place? Am I fucking stupid? Is all oiled up? Yep. Yes, I am. Go ahead. Ask me for more spoilers, please. Oh, this is so fucked. What do you need in order to become a dual pathway true god? Do you want me to spoil you? Because I know you're not. Because I know you're not up to there. I can tell you. That's fine. I can tell you, but... Evening! How's it going, man? Just be a dual pathway true god. Genuinely, yeah. Listen, I don't like spoiling, but yes, okay, shut the fuck up, Bug, okay? I'm not focused on the wordle, shut up. God. King Crimson, King Mr. Krabs, Deadpool, Kool-Aid Man, people that are fictional characters that are primarily red. Stopping by to say hello, have to do my walkthrough now, maybe you'll join later depending on when we're done. No worries, bye Chrissy! Yeah, have, good luck man, hope, I'm sure everything will go great, okay? You finished book 1? Ayane, seriously, did you finish? I feel like last we talked you were not there at all. Timothy? Instead of King Crimson, maybe? Let's go. Bullseye, how's it going, man? XS, how's it going? You finished book 1? Okay, so a dual pathway, dual pathway god just requires you to have all the stuff that a god needs to have, right? So you need all 3 sequence 1 characteristics and the uniqueness of the pathways, but you need that for both. But you need that for both, or it depends. Yeah, because you're not talking about great old ones, you're talking about dual pathway gods, right? Those are distinctly different. Because to be a great old one requires separate stuff, but I don't know. Because I know you said you finished book 1, but the way you're at, but the questions you're asking makes me feel like you're lying to me, buddy. I postponed my hospital shift to watch you. Aw, Sid, love you, buddy. Thank you. You really didn't have to do that. Can we agree the most important character in the god of in the Game of Thrones universe is Darkstar? The one of the is he Darkstar? The one who is of the night? What a silly question, Bullseye. Of course. What a silly question. Oh yeah, Harsh is. Oh, Harsh. Get the fuck out. You're not. You're removed mod. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna put it on and off every time for the thing. It's fine. I'm not gonna put it on and take it off every time for Outer Wilds. You can just keep it. It's fine. Foe, how's it going, man? Have I seen you here before? Okay, let's just quickly do connections and start reading, okay? Because I know there's some new people here who are only here when you are reading. When you start reading. Don't play, we don't have much time. Okay, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just start reading. Fuck it. We're gonna be reading a shit ton anyway. Might as well get a fucking jump on this. Fuck it. Fuck it. Not the best kitty sender. Don't smite me. I know. No one would ban you, buddy. You're like the second chillest dude in the community. You're laughing. Don't worry about it. I got your back. I got your back. You're good. You have lost your touch. You can't see the naming sense anymore. I might have certainly lost my touch. I'm not going to deny that. Dancing with the devil. What a good. Oh, Dr. Z. Okay, first of all, that is not in your naming convention. Okay, I'll say it. That's not in your naming convention. That's out. That's not. That's not in your naming convention. That one's different. I don't know. Maybe you were a teenager when you made this one. I don't know. I'm the chill. Sid, you're up there, buddy. You're up there, okay? Volume 6 is good. Of COI or Lord the Mystery? I feel like Ayana is fucking lying to me. I feel like Ayana is like 130 chapters into the Lord of the Mysteries. The question he asks is genuine. I was a teenager when I made them all. Even the Dr. Z one. Making babies. Oh wait. Let me join the. Let me join the thing. All right. Thanks, Comic. Making babies? Anthony suddenly had a strong sense of foreboding. He immediately abandoned the second question preset by the Knight of Swords and asked, "Who is making babies?" The servant replied, his confusion tinged with fear. "Everyone is. The women are giving birth and so are the men." Men are giving birth? Anthony felt a shiver down his spine. He took out another gold coin from his pocket and smiled at the servant. Sorry. No, my hands are still fucked, Harsh. My hands are still fucked. Anthony felt a shiver down his spine and nearly used placate on himself. He took another gold coin from his pocket and smiled at the servant. Did you forget you dropped another louis d'or? The servant thought that the louis d'or shine had entered the other man's eyes. He had assumed the man was trying to bribe him and hastily nodded. Yes, I forgot. As he spoke, the servant's thoughts became hazy, as if he heard something, but also didn't. Insanity, how's it going? When he came to his senses, he had forgotten what had happened, and the louis d'or in his hand was gone. In an alley 2 streets away from the market, Anthony saw Merrick, the Knight of Swords, reflected in a puddle left by the last night's sun and rain. What ruined your hand? The last part of the koi stream? Yes, not. Yeah. Yep. Before the Knight of Swords could speak, Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered and said the Indulgence faction only indulges desires, not babies. That's not their hallmark, right? The repression in the Knight of Swords' eyes lessened. He said, followers of the primordial moon within the Indulgence factions do occasionally, but not to this extent. Anthony said in a serious tone, based on the behavior of those Indulgence faction members, they're bringing a significant item to Trier, the brewing of the Project Vortex, and the fact that its leaders and brokers worship an evil god. I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire, worshipped by the Indulgence faction, the Great Mother, worshipped by the Night Stalkers, have started collaborating or something, which is a crucial part of Project Vortex. Adam, yes I have, buddy. Since the Knight of Swords had come to Trier, he naturally knew of Project Vortex from his Major Arcana holder, and replied, "Your suspicion is alarming. I will report this to Madame Hermit and higher-ups of our faction. If necessary, we will take decisive action." Anthony nodded. It would be best to inform the authorities as well. In Trier, no one is better suited to handle this than them. I need to return to my companions and warn them to be on guard. With that, Anthony was about to leave the alley when he heard, "My companions will take you to the Seven of Wands. It'll be faster this way." Anthony called out, or the Knight of Swords called out to Anthony, "We will give you the promised reward once the situation stabilizes." The minor arcana holder quickly vanished from the puddle's surface. He was eager to write to his major arcana holder, the Hermit. Merrick reports to the Hermit? Really? Ayane might genuinely just be a LARPer, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so confused. I have no idea. In Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, Franca's apartment, Frank and Jenna were squeezed together on the sofa, comparing the lone gold pounds in their hands. I swear to God, anytime I read Jenna and Franca and Jenna and Lumian and Franca together, I like stop reading for a second, read a couple lines ahead, and determine if I can even read this. This is how fucked this goddamn book is. Fuck this place, bro. I can feel that they were somewhat special, but I don't know what makes them so, Franca said. She then looked up to Lumian, who had taken her spot. Mr. Starr's award is this, and now you're the only one without one. Haha. Lumian found it amusing and remarked, did you forget about Anthony? And Lugano doesn't have one either. Jenna glanced at Franca, who was leaning on her, and said, when I first got the lucky coin, I thought it was a gift, but after you and Ludwig got yours, I began to suspect they may be symbols or tokens. We may all experience something together in the future. Lumian is special in many ways. He'll get involved sooner or later, and he'll get a coin, eventually. At least, he doesn't have one now, Franca said, showing off her lucky gold coin. After a while, Franca put away the coin and asked, how's Ludwig's training going? He follows my orders pretty well now. The next step is going through some experience training to build rapport with you all. Lumian thought for a moment and said, I'll design tasks accordingly. With a small team, it should take 2 or 3 weeks to achieve this. I'll probably finish digesting the affliction potion before your advancement. The main issue now is convincing the Demoness of Black that I can digest it so quickly. In the past few days, Franca's progress in digesting the affliction potion had advanced significantly. She'd estimated she'd only need another week or so. I told you these coins never get out of the store. True, Dr. Z. I know. Because we talked about this so long ago. I even mentioned this in Volume 2 as well. I was like, this motherfucker keeps counting all his coins. He keeps going, I have 7,847 gold pounds. And 5 coins. Well, I'm like, why the fuck are these 5 coins so important? We have all this money. You just rented a mansion. You have a butler, and you're like, I still got those 5 coins though. And you're like, the fuck is with these 5 coins, bro? What is this? Jenna fell silent for a moment and said, my pleasure potion is fully digested. I just need a couple of days to prepare for the ritual to become a demoness of affliction. So soon? Frank asked. Jenna looked at Franca with a complex expression but didn't answer. Oh, Franca understood. I have given Jenna the potion ingredients and the remaining ice lemon fish fillet, Lumian added. Okay, Franca said. Oh, how's it going, man? How's is your dog doing okay? Bro is nearly at the end of COI, then there is me. Hamong. I did not quit, okay? Even when Cuttlefish made parts of the story so godforsakenly shit that I truly, genuinely thought about just ending it all and just stopping to streaming altogether. I mean, stopping streaming, not killing myself, to be clear, okay? I pushed forth. Feeling Jenna leaning against her, smelling her fragrance and looking at Lumian, who had taken her spot and was mimicking her usual sitting posture, Franca suddenly felt that the last couple of days had been quite enjoyable and reassuring. Everything was pretty good. Since their transmigration, it was the first time Franca felt this way. Well, let's just say I've built a harem, except, Franca sighed. She'd hoped these times would last longer and that the vortex and the apocalypse would never come. At that moment, Lumian turned his head and looked towards the side door of the living room. Did you watch Chris score 2 goals? Yes, I did yesterday, Anna. Anthony's figure quickly took shape there. I have important information, Anthony said. Lumian stood up from the armchair and gestured for Anthony to continue. Anthony relayed the information he'd gathered from the servant and his own speculations. During this time, Jenna and Franca... Kami, are we sure we don't need to switch music? Are we, sure this is the right music right now? During this time, Jenna and Franca, the 2 demonesses, both had a premonition and of danger from their spirituality. Lumian said without hesitation, I'll inform Madam Magician immediately and then meet up with Ludwig and Lugano and move to a new safe house. We'll wait for instructions from the major arcana holders. Above the endless grey fog, in an ancient and majestic palace, oh my god, we finally returned to Cipher Castle. It's so peak. It only took how many chapters? 863 of these. Oh my fucking god. Absolute cinema. Oh my god. On either side of the mottled bronze table, figures shrouded in fog formed quickly. There were 8 of them in total. The seats at the head. Justin! Aw, thanks, buddy. How's it going? Oh, Justin does this now so that he can reach the 1-year mark in front of everyone. Okay. Justin, how's it going, man? Hope you like your new emblem for 1 year. Thank you, buddy. 1 year. That's crazy. On either side of the mottled bronze table, a figure shroud... Awareness! Dude, thank you! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. Seriously. On either side of the mottled bronze table, figures shrouded in a fog quickly formed. There were 8 of them. The seats at the head and the foot of the table were empty. Don't do don't type it out now, god damn it. We talked about this. Miss Justice stood up and said, "This is an emergency meeting with Mr. Fool's permission." Magician did not waste any time. Once Justice had sat down, she immediately asked Mr. Starr, "Was it your idea or a hint from the church to send the 2 of Cups to fetch water from the Samurai in a women's spring?" Mr. Starr sat up. "It was a revelation I received in a dream." "A dream? Is the goddess reminding us to pay attention to Harrison?" "Yes, she should know that Harrison has entered and exited the women's spring several times and has mastered the pattern." Madam Magician did not ask further and turned to Ma'am Hermit. "Has Queen Mystic conveyed any information?" "She hasn't contacted me for a while." Hermit shook her head. "I tried to reach her a couple of days ago, but no response." As she spoke, Ma'am Hermit suddenly paused, foreseeing a scene. Then she saw the gazes of the Hanged Man, Mr. Moon, Mr. Sun, and the Judgment all fall on her, their expressions solemn and their eyes full of vigilance. Tossed high into the air by a storm, then slammed back into the vortex of the sea, the Dawn struggling to maintain its balance like a toy thrown into the ocean. There was not a single sailor on its deck. The sails and ropes moved on their own as if controlled by an invisible hand. After a long time, the storm subsided, and the Dawn, the flagship of Queen Mystic, had stabilized. Ahead, an island covered in dark green, nearly black, giant trees slowly emerged from under the deep sky and white clouds. Is Bernadette going to see where like the last piece of Roselle is again? I can't remember the description of the island, but it's giving me the same vibes. With all the subs flying and shit. It was so long ago, Hope. Yeah. Wearing a floral shirt and a brown captain's coat, Queen Mystic Bernadette stepped out of the cabin and walked to the bow. What's your current opinion on COI? I haven't tuned in for a couple months. I know, it's all good, Justin. I like it, dude. Ever since Volume 4, I've genuinely been enjoying. Her eyes as blue as the ocean, her straight eyebrows extending gracefully, and her naturally flowing chestnut hair reached her waist, wearing pants and boots for ease of movement. Empty-handed, Queen Mystic gazed at the island, her eyes darkening, expressionless. As the island drew nearer, another person emerged. This person was also a woman, with black hair and brown eyes, a pretty face, and a typical appearance of a Loanese. Overseer Pearl. Hey? Hey? This evil god worshipper and the initiator of the Project Vortex appeared on Queen Mystic's ship. Pearl walked to the bow and stood beside Bernadette, gazing at the island, a clear smile on her face. These guys, the Overseers, are working with the Mirror People. The Mirror People's head is the Mirror Roselle. Bernadette is the only person that can take her to the real Roselle. Maybe maybe she is trying to kill the real Roselle, but then, unless Bernadette is under some weird mind control or some bullshit, which would be difficult because she's probably an angel by now, it would be difficult. Yes, Kami, I said that. Motherfucker, have some faith in me. Quartier 14. Within the botanical garden, there stood a wooden cabin belonging to the caretaker. You know, just now at the Tarot Club, everyone felt danger when they thought about Bernadette. True, true. LEMMiNO had prepared this safe house before heading to Marora. He hadn't rented it. Instead, he used money to persuade the garden caretaker. Ayane, the fact that you said that just tells me that you haven't finished Lord of the Mysteries. Lies. He hadn't rented it. Instead, he used money to persuade the garden caretaker to vacate the place whenever he needed and pretend he still lived there. Franca glanced at the lush trees surrounding them and turned her gaze back at Lumion, who was sitting on a small wooden table munching on a donut. She asked, "How about I give you some homework?" Ludwig looked up, immediately eyeing Franca warily and scooting back. Franca laughed immediately, muttering to herself, "I feel an angel's pain, and my affliction potion has digested a bit." "Why are you bullying a child?" Jenna asked. Sorry, give me 1 fucking second, I'm getting a call. Fuck.
Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to light by accident.
Thank you, Kami. Sorry.
Sounds like it's meant to.
Okay. Kami's so good, dude. Love that guy. "Why are you bullying a child?" Jenna asked, amused by the scene. "Evening, Thank you." "What child?" Franca explained with a grin. I had suspected that making Ludwig experience the pain of studying and doing homework may help me digest my potion, but I didn't try it for fear of ruining Lumion's training and making Ludwig wanting to run away from home. Now, with the vortex possibly approaching, I need to digest as much as possible. Besides, it's not like Ludwig will bond with us that quickly anyway. Ludwig's brown eyes clearly conveyed one message at Franca. "You demoness." "Shadow, how's it going, man?" Jenna thought carefully and realized Franca's reasoning made sense. Once Lumion completed his advancement and herself reached the stage of demoness of affliction, there could be many ways to digest the potion. Ludwig's gaze flicked between Franca and Jenna as he spoke. "I will do my best to build rapport with you all." "Not bad." Lumion clapped his hands and said to Franca and Jenna, "You two have the potential to be conspirers. Now Ludwig doesn't mind teaming up with you." I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Franca looked around, sensing that Lugano and Anthony's gaze seemed to say, "Look, you've driven the kid to this point." Lumion tossed a chocolate coin to Ludwig and said, "After eating that chef's stomach, you should have recalled a bit of knowledge, right?" "Yes," Ludwig said. "This training is quite effective," Franca thought. "Do you know anything about the broker pathway? What do they mean by vortex?" Busy with training Ludwig and giving him some tasks, Lumion had nearly overlooked that Ludwig was an angel from beyond the barrier and may know something of the broker pathway. After learning about the Project Vortex, Lumion had asked Ludwig a similar question before going to Marora, but Ludwig had shaken his head, saying he had no recollection. But now that he had some memories and was much more obedient, he hesitated for a few seconds and said, "It seems to involve more complex transactions with multiple traders and not just one-on-one deals." As he spoke, Ludwig took a stack of bread slices from his bed and laid them out on the table, representing different traders. He then pointed to bread slices. Transactions can occur between any one of these groups. There can be 3 or 4-way transactions, or even more parties involved. Connecting the corresponding lines creates a web or a vortex, involving many people. Lumion understood Ludwig's meaning and pondered. It seems the transaction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Great Mother is just one part of the vortex. So where is the center? In the Square District, outside of Villa, where several members of the Rose School of Thought Indulgence faction lived, Angolme de Francois and a group of purifiers had arrived. For this mission, he had borrowed a sealed artifact from the Inquisition in a market district. In the market district, preferred grade 1 sealed artifact, the Sword of the Sun, and was now embedded in the spine of a grey-white humanoid creation. Ongolme looked up at the sky. Where is the central whiz? It's obvious. Lumion is the center of the vortex. He's the eye of the tiger. Haha. Ongolme looked up at the sky, where the white clouds floated and the sun wasn't too intense. He glanced around and said, Squad A, enter with me. Squad B, ambush underground. And C, go to the back door. After instructing his team, he spread his arms out slightly and said, St. Vieb and St. Plessis are watching us. St. Plessis is such a rough name. Oof. We will surely be victorious. Praise the sun. Praise the sun, every purifier said. You're gonna have to give me an actual name than Squad B. Yeah, I know. Let's do Alpha, you're with me. Bravo, ambush underground. Charlie, go to the back door. Does it mean exactly the same thing? Yep, but it sounds better, okay? Once the squads were in position, Ongolme, wearing a brown wool coat, moved from stillness to motion and charged towards the villa, with a grey humanoid creation following behind. For this mission, which may involve a demigod of the Rose School of Thought, Ongolme wasn't too worried. The Archbishop of Trier, St. Plessis, and the Guardian Angel of Trier, St. Viev, were not only just watching, but were also nearby, ready to purify the evil. The main goal was to force the bloody members of the Rose School of Thought out of hiding. If necessary, they would destroy the entire villa. Although Ongolme believed that some of the ordinary people may still have a chance to be saved, some might not be deeply devoted to the Mother Tree of Desire, their rescue dependent on ensuring the safety of his team. Okay, I'll say it. You know what? I stand corrected. I don't think Ayane is a LARPer. I think Ayane's finished Lord of the Mysteries and COI, and is genuinely just asking these questions to make everyone just, he's just rage baiting everyone. I'll say it. Although Ongolme believed that some of the ordinary people may still have a chance to be saved, some may not be deeply devoted to the Mother Tree of Desire. Their rescue depended on ensuring the safety of his team. As the captain, his primary responsibility was to his subordinates. Ongolme was the first to rush through the garden and reach the front door of the villa. Just then, he saw a white, thin mist rising inside, twisting and turning to form faces of agony that seemed almost real on the glass windows and walls. Ongolme stopped and prepared to summon a light of holiness to purify the mist. Suddenly, deep within the white mist, a room on the second floor, crimson moonlight began to glow, outlining a stiff, sluggish, twisted, blurry figure. For some reason, upon seeing this figure, Ongolme and his team felt a sense of awe at the ultimate beauty. They gazed obsessively at the crimson figure slowly approaching the window, forgetting the mission completely. They heard the cries of babies, and along with the cries came a sinister, genderless voice. You're just in time. In the depths of the primitive island, where the trees disappeared, relying on the help of someone to circumvent her father's ban, Queen Mystic once again saw the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain. Bushkar! How's it going, Pookie? Most of the mausoleum was part of the mountain itself, with some artificial traces. There was no weeds or vines on the surface, standing over 100 meters tall, majestic and grand. This is where Bernadette's father, the former emperor of the Intis Republic, Roselle Gustave, who had created an entire era, lay in the eternal rest. Engraved on the mausoleum's surface were the civil code established and promulgated by Roselle, along with his new social customs and inventions. In his later years, Roselle forcibly switched from their mystery prior path to the lawyer, attempting to become Black Emperor of Sequence Zero, but had perished during the apotheosis ritual. This was considered an intentional outcome because he had suffered severe, hidden corruption after visiting the moon in his later years. He had considered using the Black Emperor's characteristic of eternal tombs and undying order to escape the corruption. But after his death, the characteristics belonging to the mystery prior and savant pathway would separate, and if he he were to be resurrected, the pure Black Emperor characteristic would be summoned back to his body, preventing him from becoming a half-mad entity like Alista Tudor. Unfortunately, despite becoming the Black Emperor ritual and gaining the rank of a true god, Roselle found that the hidden corruption could not be escaped, even in death. It kept regenerating. That makes sense though, because the corruption doesn't come from like the fact that she gave you a characteristic or something. It's just like, it's some kind of mental mindfuck, right? Like it doesn't have like a physical cause to it. It just seems to be like a completely mental or spiritual thing. Thus, Roselle, neither fully dead nor alive, sealed himself to prevent becoming altered by the corruption. Bernadette had visited this Black Emperor mausoleum once before, using the abilities of Grade Zero artifact and Mr. Fool's help to further seal and protect her father. She came today to use the method of multiple corruptions entangling each other to achieve balance, hoping to free her father from her current state and revive him. Afterwards, she could wait for Mr. Fool to awaken and perform the best seal on the corruption. This way, even if it wasn't Mr. Fool who awakened, but rather the celestial worthy, her father could barely maintain himself through his balance. For this, she was willing to push some grey transactions. She had prepared extensively based on her foresight to prevent the situation from deteriorating. This time, Bernadette encountered no obstacles or attacks like before, smoothly reaching her father's mausoleum. But what is this fucking demigod gonna do? I doubt a sequence 4 or 5 can possibly do anything to this level of corruption. A level of corruption that's fucking over a true god. What the fuck is a broker gonna do? This confirmed one of the traders the broker Pearl had roped in, and this trade may involve more than 2 parties. You can now perform the ritual and let the desired corruption into the mausoleum, Pearl said with a smile to Bernadette, but I need the magic wishing lamp as a medium. That was not part of the deal, Bernadette replied. It would make the ritual simpler and more effective. But it's okay, the trade you facilitated to bring me here has pleased my master, and I have received a new boon. I can attempt to complete the ritual on my own terms. As she spoke, Pearl spread her arms, her body turning into a white mist. The mist expanded, rotating to form a vortex. So either the center of the vortex is either Lumion, because everything seems to revolve around him, or it's Roselle. Or I guess Bernadette by extension, but it would be one of those 3, I guess. My bet is still probably going to be on Lumion for some fucking reason, I don't know why, but if not, any one of those 2, and I'll be fine with that too. Awareness? That was well deserved and well timed. Good work, buddy. I'm like a proud father, you know? And I get to as a cluster of grey-white crystals were enveloped by the mist and disintegrated, blending into it, Pearl's mist expanded rapidly into a gigantic vortex. Within the vortex, the Overseer's face flickered in and out of view, sometimes distorted, sometimes normal. She looked up at the sky, her voice becoming ethereal, and spoke with a word of order. Bernadette offers the location of Roselle's mausoleum on the primitive island, the place for the vortex ritual, and some materials in exchange for a great trade, requesting that the great uncertain mist bestow a blessing upon Roselle, bringing balance to the corruption within him. The uncertain mist. This is one of the great old ones, I guess? God, what a dog shit name. The uncertain mist? Ugh. As soon as Pearl finished speaking, a light appeared in the vortex. Within the light was a deep, dark void, at the center of which was a solid, massive planet shrouded in layers of ever-changing white mist. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist that could envelop the planet detached itself and moved towards the edge of the light, as if it was encountering an invisible barrier. That wisp of white mist spread out, becoming intangible, and then within the power of the ritual, a medium containing the truth, and the cracks in the invisible barrier penetrated magically, merging with the mist that Pearl had become, landing on her sometimes grim, sometimes smiling, blurred face. Are you telling me we're gonna get Roselle back? I'll say it right now. If Roselle comes back and they do a fucking Mr. Door again and this motherfucker dies within 10 chapters, I'm genuinely quitting this fucking book. I'll say it. The two fused into one. Then a large part of the white mist that Pearl had transformed into separated and flowed out like a river towards the black mausoleum built in to the hollowed mountain, seeping inside. Queen Mystic turned her head on the mausoleum. Her chestnut hair parted, and a pair of cold, merciless, transparent eyes grew at the back of her head. Other facial features slowly formed around these eyes, blurring together. It seemed like another her was emerging. Through this, Bernadette glimpsed several scenes inside the mausoleum, confirming that her father, Roselle, was being enveloped by the mist. The mist slowly eroded Roselle's body, beginning to distort the continuously regenerating corruption, slowing it down. Likewise, it distorted the force that rapidly killed the new corruption. Due to the difference in quantity between the white mist corruption and the original corruption, it would take some time to maintain the ritual to achieve true balance. At this point, the mid-morning sun in the sky suddenly blazed intensely, as if sensing the dangerous great trade happening on the island. The EBS, butt out of this, you bum. With the white mist strengthened by the wisp of light, Pearl's face became blurred and abstract, the corresponding mist expanding to completely envelop the treeless area. Though it did not approach Bernadette or the mausoleum, one by one, points of light appeared within the mist. Plague! How's it going, man? Pearl's distorted face turned to one of these points of light, and in an even more ethereal, elusive voice said that the great supernova dominator agrees to intervene fully, suppressing the barrier so that all true gods in the astral world cannot interfere with the matters inside the barrier. Hold on! Bro, Rosella's getting... Okay, I don't know. Okay, I get it. Imagine Rosella's getting so fucked up the ass that we need two great old ones to maybe have a chance of not even deleting the corruption, of balancing the corruption. Holy shit. Before Pearl could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly emerged from the 7 points of light she was gazing at, bright enough to devour all the darkness and blind an angel. With this change, the sky was illuminated as if a flashbang had been thrown into the room. Even Pearl, protected by the barrier, closed her eyes. Neither she nor Bernadette could see the high sky, its high noon, becoming void with a transparent barrier full of cracks deep within the void. Within that void, there was a drawn sun, a gigantic entity shrouded in dense darkness, a terrifying figure shrouded by storms of light, a pair of brass-colored eyes opening within the cracks, a corner filled with wheat, flowers, and springs, a faint glow representing vague scenes of civilization. A massive, heavy, and profound fireball crashed heavily into the barrier with many cracks exploding in the dazzling light that illuminated the void directly, making the abstract pattern seem nearly transparent. This didn't cause the widespread earthquakes within the barrier, it merely blinded people temporarily. Within the mist, Pearl's face with closed eyes continued to speak. What he needs in return is the seal on the ship beneath Port Saint to be broken. That's the fucking black hole, right? You're out of your... Oh, I'll let you get Roselle back, but then I'll fucking nuke this planet? No! As soon as Pearl finished speaking, one of the points of light grew slightly, showing a scene of the deep blue sea. Finally, the bright light penetrating the barrier became less dazzling, and Pearl opened her eyes, looking at the deep sea, and spoke. Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is willing to pay this price. As Pearl spoke, a terrifying vortex formed in the sea. So wait, are all the points of light, are they basically like the great old ones? We're getting a bidding auction with just great old ones? Yeah, they're all just joined a VC call like, damn, you know, I'm kind of broke, but like if I gotta kill a bitch to get my shit, you know, it is what it is. We'll do what we can. A monster emerged from the vortex, towering dozens or hundreds of meters high, with a lower body resembling a giant snake. Calvatua? Covered in shark-like skin with hidden patterns. The upper body split into 9 necks, with each a different head, some resembling snakes, some giant sharks, some wet black wolf heads, some possibly of legendary dragons. The most bizarre central head appeared human, but only had a mouth left. What the fuck? This head lunged at the invisible force sealing the area, biting it ferociously, while the other heads either devoured the fish in the sea, spewed venom at the seal, or tried to use their abilities to affect the seal. What he needs is for the angel of the great primordial hunger to return. Bro, Ludwig's here. He's not dead. Okay, we put a teensy teensy little seal on him. Okay, you're being a little bitch. He's fine. Outside the white mist, Bernadette had conjured an ancient-style spear. This spear had appeared in ancient times and was stained with the blood of a great being. They got the spear that killed fucking Jesus? Mystical reenactment. Spear of Longinus. Bernadette hurled the spear, emitting a destructive aura into the white mist, not targeting Pearl, but the point of light that had grown larger, intending to stop the subsequent great trade, preventing the vortex from spinning further and causing real harm. After all, she had achieved her goal, and maintaining it longer would suffice. The spear of Longinus pierced the white mist, hitting the point of light showing in the deep sea, but it didn't dim or extinguish the point of light, as if it struck a phantom. The spear dissipated, and Pearl's smiling face turned to Bernadette. The vortex has formed, and unless you kill me, it won't stop. If I die, Roselle won't achieve true balance, and the broken, fragile balance will not be restored. MX, how's it going, man? Arter, how's it going? Bernadette froze. Pearl then looked at another high point of light, and in an ethereal voice spoke, offering help to Topsy if their school of deliciousness is Mr. Haydn of the Order of All Extinction. Okay, I'll say it. I feel like you could support anyone and you can maybe find a reason for it. If you're supporting the Order of All Extinction, doesn't that literally mean you just want to kill all life in the universe? Is that not what that name means? I don't know how you support that. I support the Order of Absolute Evil 6969. Yes, they're great. They're super friendly. What are we talking about? The point of light Pearl was gazing at us grew slightly, revealing a luxurious room. In the room, an elderly man with neatly combed graying hair sat quietly on an ancient armchair, wearing a crisp white shirt, black suit, and a grey bow tie. His handsome but stern face shows intermittent signs of festering and oozing from exposed skin, maggots crawling occasionally. His deep magnetic voice spoke in Trier and Pearl's face, but I don't know where the target is in Trier. Pearl's smile widened, her gaze shifting to another point of light at the angle above. At the angel above? Angle above? That point of light grew, revealing a dimly lit room with enclosed windows and doors. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating countless dust particles. Below the dust was a wooden old loom, a black-haired woman sitting beside it, her hair reaching her waist. The woman had an ethereal demeanor and delicate features, but her eyes kept shut, constantly pulling out her hair and weaving into the threads of the loom. Tears of pus-laden blood streamed on her from her face, her left arm severed and fallen to the ground, her skirt covering her empty legs, and the graceful female statue standing beside her. The statue, originally faceless, grew features resembling a woman's. The hair threads on the loom shimmered on the faint light, containing a wealth of information. Seemingly overhearing Pearl's question, the woman brushed her fingers over her hair. The thread she touched lit up, revealing the corresponding information. What the f just happened here? Jesus, Sal! Holy fuck! Holy shit, Sal! What the fuck? Okay. You can just say hi, man. He's not. Is he? He might not. He genuinely might not even be in chat. Dude, there's no shot. There's no shot. I know, Sal. I know. Making up for lost donut. Oh, he is here! Oh, the prodigal son returns! Hello, good sir. Ah. How's it going, buddy? Thank you. Jesus. Seriously, Sal, oh my god, thank you. So you have no idea what... That just... Dude, that just fixed my whole fucking tire bullshit problem. Sorry. Okay, I don't... I'm gonna start... sorry, I'm gonna keep reading in a second. I'm sorry. Seriously, thank you so much. You don't know how much that means, okay? Genuinely. Fuck, yeah. Okay, Kami, Kami, delete your fucking message right now. Kami, delete your fucking... I will take your mod away, okay? I don't even give a fuck. Delete that message right now. Thank you. Over... Oh, good, you know, this is light for me. I know. Thanks, buddy. Overseer Pearl's ethereal voice echoed in the room. The founder of the Dream Seekers, Fate Attendant, Heloise, is responsible for weaving the entire matter, ensuring it progresses smoothly without altering higher beings. She will also be able to provide the location of 2 angels. As Pearl spoke, a woman named Heloise plucked a strand of destiny, representing LEMMiNO and Ludwig, moving to the new safe house. A bit of light jumped out, splitting into 3 fragments that entered the white mist and transformed by Pearl, and flew into different directions. Okay, before I receive... Fuck you. Dude, even this bit? Come on! We're gonna get Roselle back. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Hey, we're almost done, buddy. We're what, 300 more chapters or so, and we're done. All right. In Trier, within the botanical gardens inside the wooden house, LEMMiNO and others were blinded by the sudden bright light from the sky, unable to open their eyes for a full minute. All right, bye, buddy. Thank you so much for coming, dude. Seriously. Okay, I would tell you to just come by just for the fuck of it, but I know you won't for COI, so all good. I'll talk to you later, alright? LEMMiNO and others were blinded by a sudden light from the sky, unable to open their eyes for a full minute. Ludwig was the first to recover. He ran to the window and looked out for the plants, as if searching for something. LEMMiNO was the second to recover. He frowned to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony and said, "Is this the start of the vortex?" That was quite the commotion. "I wonder if it affects us," Franca asked, as a strong sense of danger washed over her. Jenna exclaimed, "It will definitely affect us. I have a feeling we can't stay here." LEMMiNO paused for a moment, then quickly whispered, "Turn me, Boris, you didn't warn me, because what's about to happen is something you want to see." As he spoke, LEMMiNO signaled to Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Lugano. They grabbed each other's arms, shoulder to vest. The only one who lacked the tacit understanding was Ludwig. LEMMiNO looked at the young boy and said, "Do you want to be punished with homework? Get the fuck over here." Ludwig's face showed fear and turned his body, but the next second, he looked back at the window. He didn't know what he was waiting for. He just felt that he should stay, waiting for something important. LEMMiNO urged again. Ludwig's expression changed as he finally couldn't resist the authority of his godfather. He ran to LEMMiNO, grabbing his vest. Still lacking tacit understanding, the ritual can't be considered complete. LEMMiNO sighed inwardly and activated the black mark on his shoulder. "I skipped a fucking paragraph? You're kidding." Where? Oh, you're right. Fuck me, I did. Never mind. Okay. The Temperance faction of the Church of the Fool discovered the Indulgence faction's movements in the presence of the Importance item early, but hesitated to act immediately. They waited for the right moment to complete their investigation. Lumian, Lee, and Ludwig had moved to a safe house in District 14 Botanical Garden in Trier. If he knew how immense this vortex would be, he would have regretted not teleporting directly to the new city of Silver with his companions. But how could he have known? Ludwig sighed and activated the black mark on his shoulder. He needed to teleport this group to the new city of Silver, to the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. Lumian saw dense colors and countless transparent, strange figures, along with the 7 pure light above head. He was about to travel through the familiar spirit world to the coordinates representing the new city of Silver when his body suddenly felt heavy, pulling away from his fanatical, mysterious, mad, illusory world. Lumian found himself and the others in the wooden house and the botanical gardens in the same state as Ludwig, who had just grabbed his vest. With his extensive experience, Lumian's eyes narrowed and he warned his companions, "Circle inhabitant!" Outside Roselle's mausoleum on the primitive island, the area in front of the tomb shrouded in the thin mist. The 3 points of light that flew out from the point of light where Fate Attendant Heloise were located landed on 3 different points of light. One was where Higdon of the Order of All Extinction was. Another seemed to be inside a tunnel under Trier, where a figure holding a carbide lamp dressed in a black robe, looking at those from the northern and southern continents, was the visitor from the eastern island named Harrison. The 3rd point of light showed darkness, then outlined a figure. The figure was in his 50s with a full head of thick white hair and clear, deep blue eyes. The man with neatly trimmed facial hair and his features well defined. Even at this age, he could be considered handsome. Voisin Samson, circle inhabitant of the sinners, the father of the original identity of Aurora, a follower of inevitability. Oh, we're gonna kill you first, bro. We're gonna kill you first, okay? As soon as Voisin, dressed in a black suit, received the information about Lumian, Ludwig, and the others' location, he disappeared into the darkness at the expanding point of light. Higdon of the Order of All Extinctions left his room quickly, no longer participating in this real-time, complex trade. Overseer Pearl showed no surprise at this, and with her ethereal voice announced, Voisin Samson has obtained the crucial information about the recovery of the Inevitability Angel. The corresponding price will be paid by the Circle of Inevitability. Mr. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction has begun his actions. The reward will be given after he completes the recovery of the Angel of the Primordial Hunger and receives some assistance, and provides some assistance to Voisin Samson, paid by Loki of April Fools. Fuck that. Fuck Voisin. We're getting Loki. This motherfucker's gotta die, bro. As Pearl's word spread, and with the invocation, I don't even know if we can kill Loki right now, because he's basically just fucking Zaratul, and I don't know if we can't manage that. As Pearl's word spread, and with the invocation of the honorific names, the area around the white mist grew increasingly dim and uncertain. Normally, Pearl shouldn't have known or spoken of information regarding great beings, as it would bring extremely terrible and severe consequences. After all, after convincing the grey-leaning Queen Mystic Bernadette of the previous events, she had only received a new blessing through a substantial sacrifice, becoming a true Vortex Weaver, not yet reaching the rank of Angel. However, she was still under the protection of the Vortex Ritual and had just accepted a wisp of the mist transmitted by the Fate's truth. The uncertain mist, allowing her to remain unaffected. Her understanding of those great beings came from that wisp of mist, previously only contacting corresponding secret organizations and underground cults. At this moment, Bernadette disintegrated herself into strands of information, surging towards Pearl's face. She had hoped to influence the other party in this way, preventing the subsequent trades from progressing, but without destroying the ritual. Pearl's face, composed of mist, dispersed slightly, disappearing from Bernadette's perception. You think you are gonna overcome a great old one's fucking... Really? The vast torrent of information surged forward, seemingly lost in the mist, unable to find its target. Soon, the torrent of information separated from the white mist and reformed Bernadette's body. So basically, brokers can just go to the universe and be like, okay, everybody, okay, so we gotta kill a bitch. What will it cost me if I want you to kill this motherfucker? Come on. I don't know his location. I don't even know his name, okay? Just, I've seen him one time. I hit the bitch. Pluck the info out of here. Tell me what I need to pay. And the great old ones can just be like, well, I'll provide you the information for, I don't know, you gotta owe me like 17 favors. And you're like, done. The next one's like, okay, I'll kill him, but you gotta give me your soul. And you're like, no, can do. And another one's like, I'll kill him, but I'll just take 70% of your earnings for your life. And you're like, yeah, that's doable. We can do that. We'll do that. I'll make that deal. Like, this is the power of a fucking, this is just, oh my god. A broker is just a common whore. What the fuck? Pearl continued speaking with a word of order. Harrison from the Easter Island has received information about Lumion Lee's location. After the vortex ends, he will use the special mirror world to visit the Fourth Epoch Trier, paying a special item of the fate pathway as a reward. The ones would pay, yeah, but then the brokers would get something in return, right? A broker naturally would keep a portion in between. This is the item Fate Attendants Madame Heloise wishes to obtain. As Pearl announced the new trade, a half-bloody figure that was nearly transparent and grew ethereal from Bernadette's back. This figure looked identical to Bernadette, even in clothing. She had a pale mask with only holes for eyes. Pale Death. Another Grade 0 artifact owned by Bernadette. Wait, you're... Grade 0 artifact? Are you saying the mask that LEMMiNO has is a Grade 0 artifact? Are you nuts? Isn't this the mask of like the one that Death provided? Or Death gave to his descendants? What? Isn't it the same? It's different? It describes the same thing, no? It describes very similarly. A pale mask with only... Or I guess pale mask, that's a golden mask. Never mind, sorry, that's the golden mask. At that moment, Bernadette's vision blurred suddenly, and the surrounding environment and distances became chaotic. She was passively shifted in position, hearing an unusually deep, familiar voice in her ear. Bernadette. The one LEMMiNO has was made by Death, not a characteristic. Unk is feeling the LARP allegations. Hee hee. Outside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, within the... Shut up, okay? Shut up! Rosal's back! Shut the fuck up! Within the increasingly dense and varied mist, in the underground location somewhere in Trier, within the corresponding point of light, Harrison took out an item. It was a thumb-sized, colorful bead with a glass-like texture, exuding a calming aura. Harrison then threw the bead onto the surrounding white mist. Under Pearl's gaze, the bead passed through Harrison's point of light through the dense mist into the point of light where the Dream Seeker founder Heloise was. Thanks, Seer. The delicate woman, weaving fate, caught a colorful, glass-like bead within her remaining right hand. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly saw a scene: a bald man in a yellow robe with a strange cape cross-legged on a bed, a halo of pure light behind his head. Deep within the halo seemed to lead to the unknown, hiding many things. She saw me! Play, that's really good timing! That's really good. Okay, I didn't... Okay, that's good. She saw me. Heloise put down the bead, pulled out another strand of hair, and completed the last bit of her task. It was a blessing. A blessing from fate. Project Vortex has successfully completed. Cran, how's it going, man? Heloise's black hair carried this message, woven into previous threads. With a swish, a large piece of skin on the right hand of Heloise's face was torn off by an invisible force, revealing the wriggling flesh beneath. She had not yet become an angel and could not normally weave such far-reaching fate. She could only forcibly complete it with a goddess's statue, but each weave brought severe damage. Her eyes had gone blind in the process, and her legs and feet, left arm and fingers had been broken. Of course, as long as she did not die on the spot, she could obtain special medicine for treatment through transactions with brokers. Pearl's face in the mist turned her gaze to another point of light. This point of light showed a scene of an altar inside an ancient castle surrounded by intact but lifeless bodies. Their flesh and bones made into brushes and paints. I'll say it. Cuttlefish has improved as a writer. Doing this from this point of view, as opposed to focusing on Lumien's point of view, getting attacked, dealing with that, and then coming back to this after, which is how Cuttlefish would have done this if he did it in Lord of the Mysteries. This is good. This is clever. To do it this way, because we're all still like, what the fuck is happening with Lumien? But we're equally maybe more interested in what's happening here. So it's like pulling you in different directions very well. This point of light showed a scene of an altar inside an ancient castle surrounded by intact but lifeless bodies. Their flesh and bones made into brushes and paint. A man with long hair, empty eyes, and a frenzied expression had completed the preliminary preparation at the center of the altar. Dare killer! A man with long hair, empty eyes, and a frenzied expression. Nope, already read this. It was a nearly finished, eerie oil painting, just 2 strokes away from completion. The painting depicted an endless, dark, starry sky. Starry night? Van Gogh? With the blood-red circles on the left resembling a special tunnel or a creature's mouth, on the right, numerous silver, white, and black flickered from bone powder, just short of forming a ring. Pearl's voice resounded. The string believer. Mr. Sage of the Fantasy Association. He's just a silly guy who likes to play D&D with his friends. Let him be. Has sacrificed many bestowed and followers and is about to complete a magnificent, outstanding painting. Next, we will witness the unveiling of that painting. Mr. Sage's reward will be personally given by the uncertain mist at the end of the vortex, which is also what the great being he believes in wants to see. Lumien's only POV got so boring, genuinely. He's just a silly guy who's having fun, okay? Boys, this is gonna be a long fucking stream. Jesus, I hope you're all in for it. The man, known as Mr. Sage, used a brush made of bone and hair, dipped it in the paint made of flesh and blood, painstakingly applied it to the depths of the blood-red circle. Pearl's ethereal voice sounded again. This is an outstanding painting representing the endless cosmos, and once completed, it will allow up to 2 great beings to transmit a bit of their power into the barrier. Oh my fucking cringe. Although this cannot be used for targeting attacks or corruption, it can exert more universal influence according to predetermined rules. Before Pearl could even finish, Mr. Sage, with his long hair and vacant eyes, pressed the human hair and bone brush onto a predetermined spot. His right side suddenly melted like a candle, with flesh flowing towards the candle, racing to the depths of the blood-red circle. It seemed as though it really connected the endless cosmos, where no matter how much flesh accumulated, it vanished. Mr. Sage left only half a body and half a head, still had not died. He caught the falling brush with his left hand. On the oil painting, a pin-sized dot appeared. It was dark, as if sound was emanating from it. Pearl's face in the mist announced the results of the trade. The great, inextinguishable ravings has transmitted the first philosophy, allowing the immortal voice to penetrate the barrier in small amounts. These shall be received by all who can hear unknown and mystical voices. The higher the sequence, the greater the impact. So anyone of the fucking mystery prior pathway is just about to get fucking a whole is about to get fucking fisterooed up the ass. And some faithful believers, the first philosophy will, after the vortex ritual is over, approach the remnants of the knowledge more in the fourth epoch with the help of the mirror people. Trier at the real residence of Professor and Associate Professor. Dude, the timing is so good. The timing is so good. And just recovering from the sudden burst of brilliant light and barely able to see their surroundings, they were worried about the current anomalies, discussing whether to take their children to the small sacrificial square in the underground catacombs. Instinctively, they raised their heads to cover their ears, but their facial muscles twitched and the veins in their temples bobbed. They heard an indescribable sound, causing both physical and mental anguish. In their pain, they exchanged glances, seeing confusion. This wasn't the voice of the hidden sage. This was unprecedented. Though they occasionally discovered the mysterious sounds while researching warlock spells or exploring certain scenarios. Aside from the indoctrination of the hidden sage, they had never encountered such an unannounced sound. Moreover, it was carefully distinguishing the contents of the sounds. They suffered severe effects. Compared to the indoctrination of the hidden sage, though, this seemed much more bearable. Most beyond of the mystery prior pathway, upon hearing these sounds, witnessed a phantom light composed of complex information writhing madly in a shedding giant snake in an unknown place. I know. Cuttlefish is genuinely like, you know, that friend who can't finish a story, so they're like, oh yeah, so you know, like the craziest thing happened yesterday, so me and my friends were going out to get coffee. Oh, by the way, can I just tell you, we had this coffee and this coffee was absolutely fucking amazing. Okay, it was at this great place by downtown. Wait, you know what, let me tell you about downtown really sucks. Okay, it's so disgusting. Let me tell you about this. Like, this motherfucker cannot shut the fuck up and just finish a story, just constantly going off fucking pathways. Oh my god, cringe. In the basement of the house where the psychic magazine was located, Mr. K, wearing a black robe and hood, stood up. The veins on the back of his hands exposed had turned black, writhing. "No, it is not the Lord's voice," Mr. K muttered. He shouted, pulling off his hood and sticking his fingers into his ears. Mr. K's face had twisted, making his original appearance unrecognizable. He muttered in a low voice, "It is not the Lord's voice." Amidst the grating sound, Mr. K used both his hands to tear his ears off. Dude, what a true believer. Yet it was not enough. He inserted his fingers into the ear canals, puncturing his eardrums, yet he still heard the sounds. He prostrated, laying on the ground, repenting to the Lord. As he repented, he vomited clumps of organs. Can I tell you, the vomiting is not even because of the corruption. He's literally just doing this because he's so sick that he's hearing someone else's voice except his Lord. He's just literally vomiting. Similar to Mr. K, some angels, saints, and oracles of the Aurora Order also suffered intense, painful effects. In the forsaken land of the gods, a majestic mountain range was surrounded by strange light with dense darkness at the core. At the edge of the light, various twisted shadows continued to form, rushing madly like moths at the center of the darkness. The darkness split open occasionally, revealing a gaze from behind the veil. Hey? On the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Mr. Sage pressed the human hair and bone brush into a pile of silver-black bone powder made from unknown substances. The painter, now only half a body and half a head, twisted the brush forcibly, then raised it, aimed at the unfinished part of the endless cosmos. As the brush fell, Mr. Sage's remaining half body and half head began to melt like a candle. Adam creepy as fuck. Soon the brush carrying the painter collapsed, completed the silver-black ring. Simultaneously, the ring became ethereal, as if scratched, and seemed to merge within the air. The three faint figures appeared on the silver-black ring, constantly changing positions. The endless cosmos oil painting was completed, but Mr. Sage would never see this work. Overseer Pearl sounded once more. The great circle of invincibility has... What? The great circle of inevitability has gazed upon this. All external forces attempting to interfere with Project Vortex will inevitably fail, except for the participants themselves. Above the deep blue sea in the sky where the strong light had driven away the clouds, Madame Magician, dressed in a woman's skirt and brown ankle-length skirt, appeared with Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. The latter not only wore her usual glasses but also had layers of dazzling starlight covering her ears. Within the mysterious, terrifying, unknown sounds appeared. Madam Magician had sealed Ma'am Hermit's listening abilities in both literal and mystical senses. Although this could not completely isolate the sound, it significantly reduced the impacts, allowing Ma'am Hermit to complete basic tasks. Gazing at the sea below, Ma'am Magician frowned. I clearly pinpointed the island where Roselle slumbers. This is a third failure. Inevitable failure? Only Miss Justice, wearing a white dress with gold patterns, could hear Magician's voice. Miss Justice was about to relay the question to Ma'am Hermit through mental communication when the Hermit foresaw a certain scene. Enduring the pain, Hermit used fairy tale magic to create a brightly colored, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn. Ma'am Hermit threw the yarn forward, watching it roll into the void, leaving only a thread in the air to guide. In the blink of an eye, the yarn rolled back and forth from the void to Ma'am Hermit's feet. It's over. It's so fucked. Imagine just being that goated. You can just be like, anyone attempting to kill me will face inevitable failure. You're like, what? Bish, what? In Trier, the villa where several members of the Rose School of Thought were hiding was enveloped by pure holy light. There was no shadow or darkness here. Angolme and his team were awakened by Saint Viev's attack on the villa. They immediately received Saint Plessy's order to vacate. No, unknown, it wouldn't be that. It would just be like, it will happen before I leave this bathroom, inevitably. It just so happens it happens as he's washing his hands and just... but before they could turn around, they were blinded by the brilliant light exploding from above. When the light subsided, they recovered and ran frantically towards the street away from the villa. Angolme was most grateful that the surrounding residence had already been vacated. After running for a while, his vision blurred and his thoughts became hazy. He found himself and his team back where they had been standing, affecting Saint Viev's performance. In Trier, high above the city, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon arrived. Let's go, we got a goat and 2 bums. Let's go, we can save Trier. We only needed the one, really. We can't find the 7 of Wands and the 2 of Cups, or rather, we can't reach the safe house they're hiding in, the Hangman said. He quickly understood the situation and spoke to Mr. Star and Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon, with his handsome face and crimson eyes, with his large bat wings flapping behind him, did not respond. He turned his head, looking towards the place in a plaza district. Can you imagine how bummy Emlyn looks? Alger and Alger and Leonard are just standing in midair, and this motherfucker has to use his little bat flimsy ass whims to keep flying. They're just standing up there looking cool as fuck, and this motherfucker like, gotta keep the He turned his head, looking towards a place in the plaza district where the light had erupted, and asked, "The ancestors summoning?" "It's the influence of the power of inevitability," Mr. Star said. "Yes," said Madam Judgment in knight's training clothing. Emerging from the void, I sense the call of the 2 of Cups and 7 of Cups, but I cannot descend to them. Mr. Star continued, "There are only 2 ways to solve this. One is to find the medium allowing for the power of inevitability to seep through. The other, to discover flaws in the operation of inevitability and use them to escape the predicament. Of course, assuming that the being named inevitability is only exerting a slight amount of influence through a medium, and has not truly descended." "Find the medium," Madam Judgment muttered. "I'll ask Will for help." As she spoke, a diamond on her bracelet lit up. At the same time, worms made of intertwined, transparent, opaque segments writhed, crawling out of Mr. Star's eye sockets, ears, and nostrils. Emlyn went crazy in the Primordial Moon Believers in Book 1. He about to do it again. Trust? Nah. Trust in Emlyn? You'd have a better time of asking me to fucking, I don't know, do something impossible. I can't do that. Trust in Emlyn. That seems like an oxymoron. High above Trier, an ancient model gigantic shadow emerged. It resembling its stone-carved wall clock divided into 12 segments. Each segment was either grey-white or dark green, intermixed yet distinct. Clang, the ethereal chime seemed to traverse through the ages, making all people of Trier appear frozen in time. In this stasis, transparent and opaque worms with 12 rings crawled frantically, burrowing into various places, seeking patterns to deceive and escape the influence of fate. Lumion and others were momentarily immobilized. Not long after, upon hearing Lumion mention the term Circle Inhabitant, Franca and Jenna both took out a tarot card from the traveler bag. The tarot card depicted an ancient angel sounding a trumpet. Major Arcana, Judgment. The two demonesses chanted in Hermes, "Rain Judgment." They felt Madame Judgment's response, but it was faint, unable to establish a true connection. They understood that this botanical garden, the summoning area of the cabin, was under severe restriction, and not just under the influence of a circle inhabitant. While they sought Madame Judgment's descent, Lumion, Anthony, and Lugano watched as their cabin decayed and collapsed, like a long-buried tree trunk disintegrating into the soil. A blazing white fireball shot upwards, blasting apart the collapsing ceiling, preventing the wood from touching anyone present. As the cabin decayed and collapsed, Lumion saw two figures appear several meters ahead. One was slender, of medium height, wearing a crisp white shirt and black hat and a bow tie. Although he appeared elderly, he had clearly been handsome in his youth. "Oh, it's your grandfather." The other was dressed formally in his 50s, with thick blonde hair flecked with white, eyes as clear as lakes, and a meticulously trimmed beard. Seeing the latter figure, Lumion, though still prepared, said, "Voicen, the leader of the Sinners organization, the father of Aurora's original body." "Samson, leave the two demonesses to me," the man with age spots said. It wasn't just a lust for beauty, but a deep-seated attraction for more profound factors. Voicen gazed at Lumion and chuckled. "No problem, Higdon." Lumion suppressed his urge to rush forward and said, "Handle the blonde one," he instructed Ludwig. Last time, Lumion had relied on the residual aura of Alista Tudor to intimidate Voicen, causing the circle inhabitant's effects in the painter wall to shatter, allowing him to escape. This time, Alista Tudor was sealed by the underworld Taoist. Having it suffered once, Voicen would surely be on guard, so Lumion hoped that Ludwig, in his angelic body and rank, could break the circle inhabitant's influence through brute strength. If they didn't break free, no matter how much effort he, Frank, and Jenna and the others put in, they would be reset to the current moment. Ludwig hesitated, as if saying to Lumion, "Me? Fight that powerful old man? I'm just a child." On one hand, Ludwig hadn't expected to be part of the battle, and on the other, he felt he shouldn't fight, believing it best to cooperate with the two elders in front of him and let them take him away. "Yo, man, what the fuck? Long time no see, buddy." Vaguely, Lumion heard the chime again. His thoughts blurred. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and opposing Voicen and Higdon all had similar feelings. Regaining from his composure, "My letter from the army has arrived? For your mandatory service, MX?" Quickly regaining his composure, Lumion took out the black tear from the traveler bag and tossed it to Franca. From Higdon's tone and attitude towards Voicen, Lumion believed he must be a saint, a true demigod. Thus Franca could only rely on the black tear to hold off the opponent long enough to break the effect. Tossing it to Franca, Lumion urged Ludwig, "Go! I'll prepare a grand feast for you." Ludwig hesitated, but his feet remained planted. At this moment, Voicen and Higdon, linking angelic rank, seemed sluggish under the influence. Lumion's voice grew imposing. Do you wish to be sent back to the church? Do you not enjoy your current life?" Ludwig pursed his lips, then stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth and started sprinting towards Voicen. Lumion signaled Franca and Jenna, who had just shaken off the sluggishness. "If I'm fit enough for military service? Oh, I see." He meant for Franca to engage Higdon, stalling him, with Jenna assisting Franca. Franca and Jenna nodded solemnly. Franca wrapped a black tear accessory around her waist, her figure disappearing. Jenna also vanished. Without hesitation, LEMMiNO retrieved the Devil Whisper's bone ring and slipped it onto his finger. His body ignited with purple flames, exuding a strong sulfuric scent. He was grateful that he had vented most of his pent-up desires and emotions recently, feeling much better than when he had used this in Marora. Thanks, Nagato! He then grasped the hilt of the sword of courage and drew it from his bag. Courage filled LEMMiNO as he stared at Voisin, who sought to control Ludwig's insignificant fate. He transformed into a long spear and hurled forward. I won't back down. Before using the Sword of Courage, LEMMiNO devised a strategy. Franca and Jenna would stall Higdon, while he and Ludwig launched a frontal attack on Voisin, attempting to break the Circle inhabitants' influence. Anthony would support both sides and act as an external brain. As for Lugano, he wouldn't participate in battle, instead finding opportunities to provide healing. Inside the mausoleum of the Black Emperor, atop the platform was a giant chair that appeared to be made of iron engraved with complex, twisted patterns. A massive black shadow sat on the chair, its facial features becoming clear gradually. Blue eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and a well-groomed moustache. Roselle Gustav, the Intus Emperor who named an heir after himself. He was constantly being reborn and dying, but both processes were distorted and slowed, allowing him to awaken and partially manifest. Seeing Roselle like this, Bernadette's eyes welled as she cried out in pain, "Dad!" Roselle's eyes turned blood red and his face cracked open to reveal red slits, but these vanished after another round of death and rebirth. Regardless of whether he was dying or being reborn, both processes slowed even further. "I told you never to come back!" "Dad, I wanted to save you," Bernadette said. "I don't dare gamble on whether the one who awakens is Mr. Fool or the Celestial Worthy. At the very least, I want to ensure you stay conscious and stable without their help." Queen Mystic paused. "Moreover, I can't predict when the apocalypse will come or what will happen. I can't wait any longer." "Child, who helped you bypass my restrictions and return? Was it him?" It was that individual. Adam, the current true creator?" Bernadette nodded. Roselle sneered, then looked at Bernadette. "You chose to collaborate with the believers of the uncertain mist. Do you know how dangerous that is?" "It's exploitation," Bernadette said. "The forces capable of balancing your corruption are all outside the barrier. Amongst them, only the power of the uncertain mist can relatively easily penetrate the barrier and transmit some of it. And I've made preparations to prevent the vortex. I didn't respond to Catleia's letter so she would participate in the Tarot Club. When she's above the Grey Fog, she'll become aware, and with their strength and connections, once the problem is identified, they can stop it. And I predicted some of Pearl's trade partners and discovered their movements of the Indulgence faction and arranged for some subordinates to leak it to the Temperance faction. I foresaw the outcome, and the situation hasn't deteriorated. That he also hinted the same. Perhaps the situation hasn't deteriorated because many have sacrificed themselves. To Adam, this may be necessary. But what about you?" Inside the botanical garden, Higdon of the Order of All Extinctions saw the two demonesses disappear. Immediately raised his right hand, scratched at the dark brown age spots on his face. The spots instantly festered. Excess. You gotta imagine how fucking pissed he's gotta be to be like, "Motherfucker, I told you never to come back. If I can be brought back, then Klein will come back and do it, okay? You are not him. This is not you, okay? This is way above you." And for him to wake up and go, is that an evil god believer? Did she just allow the power of 3 great old ones to seep into the barrier? Did you just Did you just try to get a member of the tarot club who's sealing an angel killed to get me back? Did you try to give the primordial hunger one of their angels back? Do you want me to keep going? The spots instantly festered, releasing maggots similar to those that crawl through corpses, oozing a greenish-yellow pus. And the black hole, true. The disgusting pus evaporated upon contact with the air. Jenna had circled to Higdon's side, ready to assist Franka in launching an attack when she felt a wave of lethargy. It's crazy, Roselle, the guy saying he kills a village for a chicken, blaming Bernadette. See, okay, it's bad timing, Dr. Z. It's bad timing. Okay, he's trying to be a good dad. Do you mind? God. Do as I say, not as I do, okay? It felt as if her desires were wilting, showing signs of decay, as if parts of her brain were beginning to malfunction. Following her instinct, Jenna immediately used her mirror substitution, not waiting for the problem to worsen or trigger it passively. The sound of two simultaneous cracks echoed, and Franco, who had been sneaking up on Higdon under the cover of invisibility, reacted the same way. Their figures first materialized, then transformed into mirrors. In this process, Franco and Jenna's mirror substitutes were still forming. Their internal organs sprouted noticeable tumors, autonomously drawing nutrients. Blood vessels around their hearts and brain became fragile. If the demonesses used pathogens to control disease, then Higdon's pathway seemed to represent the pathogens themselves. If Frank and Jenna hadn't actively triggered the mirror substitution, it would have been much more difficult to deal with the actual tissue changes in their body. Adam is like Netanyahu. Okay, hold on. Why are we bringing the big BB here, okay? The big BB didn't do anything to you, God. Meanwhile, the diseases had not yet spread. Voisin and his hair, flecked with white, had already found several multiple manipulable fragments within Ludwig's Mercury of Fate. As long as he didn't touch the critical part of an angel's fate, he needn't fear backlash or losing control on the spot. Similarly, his godhood allowed him to observe most of Ludwig's fate without peering into fragments containing dangerous knowledge. Midway through the dash, Ludwig opened his mouth and extended his hand, intending to strip away the circle inhabitant's power. At this moment, Voisin, who had already raised his arm, pressed down, magnifying a tributary of fate. Ludwig, the little boy, tripped over a protruding stone and fell flat on his face. Simultaneously manipulating fate, Voisin directed his gaze at Lumion, who had transformed into a spear. His eyes glowed, emitting two ghastly green beams. A newly contracted ability Voisin had recently gained. The main issue with the inevitability pathway contractee was that the strength of the contracted creature or contracted abilities could not surpass the creature's potential. This meant that early-stage contracted abilities were hard to enhance unless the initial contract was with a demigod creature, constrained only by one's own spirit and flesh from utilizing the ability to its fullest. Below Sequence 4, that the qualitative factor for Godhood, even Sequence 7 or 8 abilities could participate in Sequence 5 battles and play roles, but at Sequence 4, facing opponents of the same level, most of these abilities would struggle to be effective. The ghostly green beam struck the blazing blue-white spear, directly giving Lumion no time to dodge. Yet the spear contained no trace of Lumion. Autumn, how's it going? As the spear rapidly withered and disintegrated, only flames remained. As the figures of the two demonesses reappeared in the cabin's ruin, Lumion, wielding the Sword of Courage, materialized behind Voisin. After the Apsis hand regained a complete body, Lumion's spirit world traversal had enhanced significantly. At this moment, a translucent figure climbed out of Voisin's back. The figure, resembling Voisin, was colder, more indifferent. This was another ability Voisin had contracted, belonging to the domain of death. He had already guarded against Lumion's teleportation sneak attacks from behind. Yeah, this is his signature move. Although this could likely trigger the circle inhabitants' effects, he still had to guard against the unexpected. As a cold, indifferent voice and spectre rushed towards him, Lumin's thoughts began to sink, his body cooling, and the flames on his sword dimming. On the primitive island housing the mausoleum of the Black Emperor, Pearl's ever-changing face cast its glance on the 3 points of light. The next phase was the most crucial. As Pearl's face shifted, 2 of the 3 points of light expanded, one revealing a villa shrouded in white fog, permeated with blood-red figures yet enveloped by divine light. The other was hazy, as if a figure suspended in midair, wrapped in yellowish bandages, pierced entirely by countless brown branches with thorns and rose bushes. The suspected figure's belly occasionally swelled and deflated, as if new life was stirring within. Beside the figure stood a massive tree covered in black tar substance, its limbs serving as branches sprouting eerie, terrifying hands with countless bloodshot black eyes. Another light point had already expanded, revealing a member of the School of Deliciousness, Topsy, devouring an invisible seal over the ocean. You're telling me this motherfucker just looked at a seal that was closing off a black hole and said, "Damn, that looks yummy." Inside the mausoleum, hearing her father's question, Bernadette remained silent before saying, "I'll do my best." Roselle looked at his daughter and smiled with a sigh. Everyone makes mistakes. In my youth, no. Even until I am trapped here, afraid to resurrect. I kept making mistakes, doing many wrong things, some even bad. Only when I resided in this mausoleum, gaining some piece of clarity, did I reflect seriously on my life, realizing my choices caused a lot of harm. Of course, I did many good things too. Many. Seeing Bernadette's expression turn gloomy, Roselle raised his hand. "Don't blame yourself. I'm happy and relieved of your choices and actions. Seeing my little princess willing to defy her long-held principles of do as you wish but do no harm, willing to risk failing to the abyss to save her old man, makes me truly happy. It shows I didn't love you in vain, and that I didn't fail with my family." The increasingly clear figure stood up from the chair, descended the platform, walking to Bernadette, arms open. Bernadette, dazed momentarily, felt like a child again for but a moment, throwing herself into her father's embrace, feeling that familiar, yet no longer warm, chest. After a brief hug, Roselle stroked Bernadette's hair, then walked past her, walking to the mausoleum's entrance, his figure growing larger. "Dad?" Bernadette called out. Roselle turned back. The vortex has begun, and due to the characteristics of the uncertain mist, it'll be hard to stop the subsequent transactions. Even if you want to kill her, it's unlikely to be accomplished. But don't worry about it. Dad will handle it. Hold on! Hold on! Why is he cooking so hard? What the fuck? That's so peak! Dude! Oh my god. That is like, Dad will handle it. Is so peak! What the fuck? Bernadette suddenly understood her father's intention. She took a step forward, trying to catch up, but found the distance between them unbridgeable. She shouted, "Dad, your corruption isn't balanced yet. If the ritual is disrupted, you'll return to your previous state." Roselle stopped at the mausoleum's entrance, smiling at his anxious, panicked daughter, raising his arm and said, "I was an emperor for many years. I stood at the pinnacle of human power. I have faced gods, angels, and had followers willing to do the same. I have brought the light of civilization to that era. Even a century after my death, people call my name. I slept with many beautiful women and controlled countless destinies. Even after my downfall, no longer an emperor, my daughter is willing to sacrifice everything to save me. What regrets could I possibly have in this life? Damn, if we're gonna die, go out like Roselle. What the fuck is that? What? Bernadette heard the finality in her father's tone, shouting, "Dad!" She used everything she had to close the distance, but it was insurmountable as the separation of heaven and earth. Roselle's face showed a gentle smile. "Bernadette, do you remember when you were little and I often gave you lessons?" I remember. You taught me words and filled my mind with knowledge. You told me so many fairy tales." Roselle nodded in satisfaction. "I remember too. And today, Dad will give you one final lesson. A true gentleman knows what to do and what not to do." And with that, Roselle turned away, no longer looking at his daughter. The mausoleum's doors swung open, and the light outside shone in, illuminating Roselle's figure. His black armor and luxurious cloak, bright and radiant. Oh my god. You're lying. That's so peak. You're telling me that Lumien's gonna be about to die. Or like Alder is like, "Damn it, we can't break this barrier." And Roselle Gustav, a man who has died 100 years ago, shows up and goes, "Y'all are fucking losers." Whoop. Should be fine. Okay. Here we go. Yep. Okay, sorry. Yeah. It's good. No, it's all good. Sorry. Like, oh, that's so peak. He's gonna be like, okay, yeah, okay, we're back. As soon as Franca's figure materialized within the cabin's ruins and saw Lumien behind Voisin turning pale, as soon as his eyes gradually becoming hollow, only the sword of courage preventing him from turning into a corpse or triggering mirror substitution. Voisin, despite having his back to Lumien, raised his left hand and had an indescribable radiance. Franca knew she couldn't passively wait for mirror substitution to trigger. Franca, perhaps, Voisin's impeding attacks could bypass the connections between the substitutes and the original, rendering it ineffective. Bro, can I just say it? Can I just say it? The new gen transmigrators are genuinely fucking losers. We have Adam, the ancient sun god, the true creator, he who shall not be named. We have Evernight goddess. We have Roselle and we have Klein. And then we have these chuckle fucks who are like, well, I guess life is meaningless. I guess I'm just gonna get other transmigrators killed because it's funny sometimes. Oh my god, you guys are fucking losers. In a flash, Franca took out a mirror out of her traveler bag and vanished, relying on a black tear appearing in the mirror world, traversing a dark, void-like tunnel. Meanwhile, Jenna watched as Franca's mirror fell to the ground, her attention shifting to Higdon, who was now only a few steps away. His face, mostly rotting and oozing pus, had reached her. 6 years with nothing, with a reduced difficulty? True. She felt that all demoness spiders' threads had released, had withered and decayed, losing their effectiveness. At this moment, everyone except Ludwig experienced a moment of disorientation. When Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony regained clarity, they found themselves behind a cabin intact and collapsed. Franca felt a surge of joy. Her retreat in the face of battle wasn't to escape but to trigger the Circle Inhabitants' effects, resetting the battle and freeing Lumion from Voice and secret power. Enemy abilities could be used to their advantage as well. Finding the trigger point, reverting an adverse situation instantly meant for dangerous or fatal scenarios could be retried. Of course, this was only if they had time to trigger it. Never thought you could use the enemy's abilities like this. Jenna, momentarily stunned by this realization, saw the cabin decaying and collapsing, revealing Voisin and Higdon approaching from a distance. Lumion wasn't surprised. He had triggered Circle Inhabitants' effects in Cordu's, seeking a reset. He reached into the traveler bag, retrieving the black tear and tossing it to Franca. Franca shouted, "Stall!" She had a plan for the current predicament: delay until circumstances changed. Since they couldn't break Voisin's powers so quickly, they could use it. If things went wrong, they could restart, delaying until the authorities in Trier noticed the anomaly, or major arcana holders found a solution. As long as the evil gods hadn't fully invaded this world and the apocalypse hadn't arrived, delaying would surely bring assistance. After all, this was the capital of Intes. Franca thought of this and acted accordingly, caught the black tear and threw her ice talisman to Jenna. This way, the three people could try to leave the area in different ways to trigger the Circle Inhabitants' effects without worrying about Voisin and Higdon each locking on to one of them. When Franca suggested this, Lumion was about to retrieve a sort of courage, and Ludwig already instinctively charging towards Voisin. Lumion noticed that Voisin's expression remained unchanged, despite Franca discovering the weakness and planning to delay. He had a thought. Combining his understanding of the inevitability pathway, he formed an initial judgment. Voisin couldn't allow the Circle Inhabitant to loop infinitely. He'd likely set a predetermined end for it. Each reset would push everyone closer to that conclusion. From the fact that they could retain their memories, it was clear that the inevitability power attached to the Circle Inhabitant wasn't that strong. Lumion immediately reminded Franca, only one more time. The inevitability pathway, the number 3, was sacred, with strong mystical symbolism, representing the past, present, and future, pointing to the beginning, the process, and the end. Additionally, the number of abilities gained on a contractee fluctuates around 3. Lumion suspected after 3 activations of the effect, the 4th would likely lead them directly to the predetermined end. In other words, 3 times was the limit, and the 4th would bring the final end. Franca also didn't understand why Lumion was denying her proposal, why he said they could only use it one more time, but she knew Lumion understood the inevitability pathway far better than she did. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon, whose 8 spots had not yet festered, raised his arms. He remembered the battle with the last loop and chose a different approach. Higdon's aura suddenly weakened as if he was on the verge of death. The age spots on his face festered and his body emitted a strong smell of decay. He was covered in a thick, disgusting pus. Higdon then vanished, seemingly disintegrating. Seeing this, Lumion gripped a sword of courage, with blue-white flames. The flames spread, circling Franca, Jenna, and others. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had been observing, reminded his companions. Higdon feels very similar to the Winter is Coming revolver. Winter is Coming? They remembered very clearly that is the revolver that had 2 powerful abilities, certain death and sure hit. The former meant that if hit, even a saint level beyonder would be critically injured and gradually die, while those below demigod would die instantly unless they had a substitute. The latter meant that unless they had a substitute before the attack or special ability, they would inevitably be hit. If Higdon was indeed as Anthony described and similar to the Winter is Coming, they had to be wary of his sure hit ability. After all, their physical strength was certainly not comparable to a hunter of the same sequence. Protected by the flames, Franca raised her guard and came up with a new plan. She glanced at Lumion, who was ready to charge at Voisin, and said, "Work with Anthony. A certain death." Franca meant that with Lumion and Ludwig distracting Voisin, they should find an opportunity to use certain death ability if the Winter is Coming on the inevitability believer to see if they could kill him outright, or if the certain death effect would reset by the Circle Inhabitant ability. As soon as Voisin died, the Circle Inhabitant effect would surely be nullified, removing any sense of danger. As Franca finished speaking, behind her a greenish-yellow glow suddenly condensed within the flames, forming Higdon. The old man was ignited, but still lashed out at Franca with his arm out like a whip. Sure hit. As Franca's spirituality warning triggered, she used a mirror substitution. Her body transformed into a mirror, struck by Higdon's arm, quickly darkening and shattering, falling to the ground with no traces of light, as if buried in soil for 100 years. As LEMMiNO prepared to charge at Voicen, he pulled it back and swung the sword of courage at Higdon. Courage could be strategic too. LEMMiNO wasn't afraid of Higdon, he was just concerned that the enemy would flee too quickly, leaving no time to hit his body, so he feigned an attack on Voicen. As Ludwig fell, Higdon's arm, unable to escape, was severed by the sharp sword. Greenish-yellow liquid covering his body, engulfing the flames. The severed arm hit the ground, writhing and growing rapidly, turning into another Higdon. Now there were two. As flames covering for them dimmed and decayed, the two Higdons pounced on Jenna and Franca. Meanwhile, Voicen, who had planned to magnify a tributary of Franca's fate to make her substitution fail, felt a ripple of destiny. He had an epiphany. No more delay. Time was running out. He didn't know what came next. It would be extremely painful. Let it be an accumulation of the sufferer's stage. Voicen raised his hand, pressed it to his temple, and gathered an indescribable radiance. As the source of the circle inhabitant effect, he couldn't trigger a reset by leaving the area, as that would mean truly leaving. He had to kill himself. At this point, Franca and the others felt a strong sense of foreboding. At this moment, the radiance in Voicen Samson suddenly dissipated, as if twisted out of the composition. Similarly, the two Higdons missed their target and LEMMiNO's sword struck at nothing. The sky darkened, and a majestic voice spoke. People of Intes, your emperor has returned. Oh, he's so cool. He's so cool. He doesn't miss. The motherfucker don't miss. Anytime we've seen him talk in person, he's kind of goated though. Deep within the island, amidst the pervasive white mist, Pearl's face saw the gates of the Emperor Mausoleum swing open. A giant figure clad in black armor and a magnificent cloak emerged with the majesty, with a torrent of white mist flowing between Pearl and the figure. Roselle's Gustave, Pearl's face tensed, causing the mist that formed her body to collapse. Roselle didn't spare a single glance at the Vortex Weaver, floating step by step into the air, reaching the edge of the abstract ethereal world like a mountain. During this process, the sky dimmed and the clouds twisted. Roselle gazed into the distance and raised his arms, and in a grand voice proclaimed, People of Intes, your emperor has returned. Suddenly the clouds were pushed together by an invisible force swirling downwards to form another vortex. The center of this vortex was Roselle. Meanwhile, across Intes, those who followed the order Roselle had established heard the magnificent voice of the returning emperor. Most were bewildered, questioning their ears after the recent burst of intense light, while others turned pale, unable to believe. To the eastern reaches of the skies, beam of light flared up, trembling wildly as if striving to cross the distance and reach Roselle's embrace, causing various distortions. Behind this beam, 3 more beams appeared, as if pushed by an invisible force. In different parts of the world, people found themselves back home, despite having it just left. Others saw their bright cathedrals turn dark and silent. Some were habitually drinking milk, but didn't notice they were using their nostrils. Long-abandoned compulsory education schools lit up as if filled with students attending. Using his worms of time to search for the flaw in inevitability's reach, Pallas found an inevitable point. But the worms of times he had sent out disobeyed his orders. Madame Magician, who was wandering again with Madame Herman in judgment, found herself away from the target location. Instead of at sea, she appeared in front of Madame Judgment and the little boy, Willow Septon. The light dots within the white mist remained largely unaffected, only dimming slightly. Pearl, the Vortex Weaver, was the first startled. She hadn't expected Roselle to step forward, reviving himself forcibly before the ceremony's end to reclaim the Black Emperor's divine throne. Such an outcome was beyond her wildest dreams. She hadn't even considered having Heloise, the Fate Attendant, weave it, but this was unexpectedly a good thing for her and the great entity she worshipped. The rewards this time would truly be immense. Pearl had just formed this thought when the uncertain mist she was linked to conveyed through the ritual an emotion, tightening their connection and thickening the mist. Pearl turned her gaze towards the villa in Trier, towards the twisted blood shadow emerging from the glow. In a drifting voice, she spoke. The payment for the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought is the shadow of the beauty goddess, a sealed artifact derived from a Sequence 1 Beyonder of the Moon Pathway. The one willing to pay the price is Madame Fart of the Night Stalkers. As Pearl's words of orders echoed, another light of dot descended. This light of dot revealed a secret chamber where a vague female statue stood in the center. The walls covered with childlike figures with bird claws, limbs, and the floor piled with expressionless humans. "Death, how's it going, man?" At that moment, a figure stood behind the statue, her belly swollen, her face full and beautiful, with emerald eyes sparkling like gems and brown hair tied. She wore a simple, loose-fitting white robe. The lady who nurtured a deity. The twisted blood shadow from the villa in Trier used the white mist pierced through the light of dot, appeared beside Pearl, then moved towards the light of dot where Madame Hart was. It walked, and influenced by Roselle's resurrection. "Madam, you may begin." Pearl couldn't change the situation of the shadow of the beauty goddess and could only ask Madame Hart to provide the price in advance. Hart nodded and turned his face to the statue in the chamber and chanted. As the incantation neared its end, the childlike figure on the wall became illusory, transforming into beams of light that entered the statue's belly. The dazed humans on the floor exploded one by one, returning as flesh and blood to the Great Mother. The female statue gradually took on a crimson glow, transforming into a humanoid moon. Madame Hart then turned and made a cradling motion towards Roselle. "Come back, child! Child of the Mother!" Blood-red moonlight seeped from Roselle's body, leaving him and heading towards the light door where the female deity stood. These were the pollutants that forced Roselle to seek godhood and death, but failed to free himself from. Now they were drawn out, no longer affecting him, no longer attempting to corrupt him. Bernadette played like the brat she is. They don't want to replace the corrupt, they want to balance the corrupt, and they wanted to replace it. Makes sense. Roselle's century-old problem was thus effortlessly resolved, but this current state required the corruption of the uncertain mist to balance the corruption of the Great Mother. Removing either would break the balance. In the blink of an eye, Roselle was filled with the white mist, twisting the speed of passing and the distance between the 2 points, eroding the Emperor to completely corrupt him. Inside the mausoleum, Bernadette saw this, and no longer calm, shouted, "Adam, where is your promise?" Roselle remained unaffected by his state change, as if this was within expectations. He continued to spread his arms, awaiting the return of his uniqueness and characteristics. These were the traits unique to a Black Emperor. Once revived, regardless of who held the uniqueness and the characteristics, they would forcibly return, merging with him. Crimson moonlight rose from various parts of the island, coalescing with the pollutants drawn from Roselle into a miniature crimson moon. Pearl's voice rang out. Madame Hart requested the Great Mother to reclaim the corruption from Roselle Gustave. This corruption will be exchanged for the shadow of the beauty goddess and given to the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Madame Hart caught the miniature crimson moon trying to return to the mother's embrace and pushed it out of her light dot. The miniature... wait. So, Dr. Z, it was to be replaced with the mist, right? That's what you're referring to? The miniature crimson moon entered the white mist created by Pearl, flowing towards another light dot. This wasn't the light dot that the shadow beauty goddess emerged from, but one guarding a peculiar giant tree with a vague figure hanging from it. Yes? Okay. The vortex weaver, Pearl, suppressed her excitement and once again scrutinized the scene of the Topsy of the School of Deliciousness in the seal. Check the title, Wiz? I know the title, it's on purpose, Bushkar, I promise. In the next second, wisps of the thin grey fog seeped from the seabed. Trier, Botanical Garden. Hearing the Emperor's return across space, Franca's eyes widened with a hint of confusion and joy. At the same time, her intuition told her that the order had been distorted, including the Circle inhabitant. That wherever there was a distortion, it meant they could escape. Where is the distortion, Franca thought. She then saw Jenna take out a mirror and perform a mirror divination. Jenna had the same thought. Meanwhile, the two Higdons, ignoring the usual surroundings, attacked Lumion madly, wielding the Sword of Courage, unable to focus on the demonesses. Likewise, Voisin stood only Ludwig, short-legged and short-statured, unable to reach him to interfere. He made a quick decision, pressing his temples, letting the gathered strange light pierce through his head. In excruciating pain and unbearable even for an ascetic, he was instantly near death. The Circle inhabitant instantly triggered once again. Lumion and Anthony's thoughts blurred as they found themselves back in the intact cabin. Before taking out the Sword of Courage and Black Tear, Franca and Jenna couldn't complete their magic mirror divination. Lumion instinctively took out the Black Tear, intending to throw it to Franca, but upon grasping it, sensed the mirror world, feeling the summons of 001 from Aurora. Is it possible to sense this way? The earlier anomaly distorted the order here in the Circle inhabitants' effects, causing this, meaning the escape through the mirror world without triggering the Circle inhabitant. He acted before Voisin could commit suicide again and said, "Grab a hold of me!" Time was tight, he couldn't explain. Despite their doubts, everyone, including Ludwig, grabbed Lumion. Wouldn't this then do for the ritual then? Ludwig listened without having to be told expressly. He did as he was supposed to. In the next second, Lumion used the Black Tear accessory in the captain's window to enter the mirror world, randomly choosing a tunnel. As expected, he didn't trigger the Circle inhabitant effect this time. As joy surged in Lugano's heart, everything turned blurry, and they found themselves in the most complete dark world, facing Harrison from the Resurrection Island. Okay, well now there's like a lot of us, so maybe we can beat your ass now. Around Harrison were 4 lit candles and 4 servings of staple foods. Harrison looked at Lumion and smiled. The celestial worthies oracle states you carry the key part of this matter. Capturing you will eliminate any surprises. What's he gonna... Okay, awareness. You know, man, sometimes the things you say are like genuinely hurtful, okay? I'm trying to be open here. And you're just... As Harrison spoke, Voisin and Higdon appeared in the darkness behind. Voisin also looked at Lumion. Don't you know I escaped from 4th Epoch Trier through the special mirror world? Kill me. I'm sure Franca would be happy to assist him with that to also awareness. And Lumion didn't waste time engaging with Harrison, Samson, and others. He confirmed that the Mirror People were involved in Project Vortex, and this was indeed the special Mirror World. Lumion acted the black mark on his shoulder. He needed to teleport the others away from this area, before Voisin could use his ability. This time, his destination was Marora. Since he had already entered the special Mirror World and the worst case scenario had happened, there was no need to hold back. He could attempt to navigate through the hidden dangers and reach Marora. If they didn't take the risks, facing Voisin and Higdon, 2 demigods, plus the strange abilities of Harrison, Lumion doubted they had any chances. All of them dying was merely a matter of time. It was better to see if they could make it to Marora. In Marora, Lumion as a proxy could borrow significant power, enough to counter Sequence 4, if necessary, even exerting the power of a Sequence 3 temporarily. With the cooperation of Franka, Jenna, and the others, and the help of the Archbishop and the hundreds of thousands of residents, he may be able to repel or even kill Voisin and Higdon. More importantly, 001 repelled the approach of demigods above Sequence 5, likely causing terrifying mutations. Lumion used his Spirit World Traversal ability obtained from the Abscess Hand, leveraging his special connection to Marora. Holding on to the others who hadn't let go, he disappeared. Suddenly, he felt the world rejecting him as a barrier had appeared. He was forced out of the Spirit World Traversal and several figures materialized. The path to Marora had been blocked. It seemed the higher powers within the Mirror People did this. Their control of the Mirror World was clearly superior to the Black Tier. Genuinely, I don't even know how they're gonna make it out of this. Lumion thought for a moment, seeing Voisin and the others hadn't caught up to him. Tossed the Black Tier to Franka and said, "You lead them through the mirrors, constantly shifting locations, wait for a change in the outside world. It has already been a distortion of order. There will be similar anomalies soon. When that happens, take the chance to return back to Trier." "What about you?" Jenna said. "I'll play with them," Lumion smiled. "If I go with you, it'll chase us relentlessly, giving you no chance to escape. And that means you can't get any help." Jenna's eyes reddened as she was about to say something, when Lumion interrupted. "Have you forgotten about your brother?" Jenna's mouth opened, but no words came out. "Find Madam Magician, Madam Judgment, and give them the coordinates," he said. "Also, you should be able to distract one demigod. If I die, try to avenge me." Jenna's vision blurred. She bit her lip and nodded. Okay. She would avenge Lumion as she avenged her mother. "Everything else is up to you." Lumion turned to Franka. "Okay," Franka said. Lumion put on the Devil Whisperer's bone ring again and continued speaking to the others. "You are not the main target, not even secondary. While shifting locations through the mirror, if Higdon catches up, leave Ludwig somewhere along the way. Let him hide on his own, which should buy you time." "Do you have any objections?" he asked Ludwig. Ludwig simply shook his head. "Can you give me more food?" With his body burning, Lumion tossed some chocolate and cookies over, then said to Anthony, "If Higdon keeps chasing, separate from the group." Seeing Anthony about to refuse, "Someone has to stay alive to avenge us. The one who suffers most. I believe you understand." "Okay," Anthony said. "Go quickly." Franka threw the Black Tier to Lumion. "The Ice Talisman is enough. If we're just shifting locations through the mirrors, the Black Tier can leverage the power of the special mirror world and help you last longer." The Demoness of Affliction's voice choked, feeling the potion had digested rapidly. Lumion didn't refuse and wrapped a Black Tier around his left wrist. Franka immediately took out an ice crystal amulet from the traveler bag. "Hold on to it for me," she said. Jenna looked at Lumion with watery eyes and grabbed Franka's arm. Lugano eagerly moved to Franka's back. With a flash of ice, they disappeared. Lumion turned his gaze to the 3 approaching figures, the enemies closing in. "And you said COI would never reach Volume 1 ending of Lord of the Mysteries?" Emotionally, I still don't know if it has. Roselle returning is close. It's close, but I don't know if it's reached that point, honestly. That's the answer. I'm being honest. Looking at Voisin, Higdon, and Harrison, with the Black Tier on his left wrist and the Devil Whispers on his right hand, Lumion drew the Sword of Courage. The flames lock. Honestly, I'll say it now, Awareness. If Roselle dies at the end of this volume, I swear to God, I don't know if I'm gonna read. I don't know if I can bring myself to read the last 300 chapters. Okay. The flames on him immediately turned bright white with a tinge of green. His back arced. He deepened his eyes and locked onto Voisin and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As Madam Magician unexpected... Okay, you've read till 872, Awareness. Madam Magician unexpectedly reunited with Madam Judgment and Will Ossip to endure the strange distortion effect, and asked the little boy, "Can you lead us to the medium through which the power of inevitability is seeping through?" Given the current situation, anyone not involved in Project Vortex will be influenced by the power of inevitability, leading to inevitable failure. I may be able to help you if I use that die, but it will drain all my luck, and when I get home, Ouroboros will probably be waiting for me. Do you have any items that can save my luck or replace the die? I believe you should. Hearing the Archangel of Fate say should, Magician, Justice, and Hermit began to examine their possessions, the latter understanding Will's words. Suddenly, Ma'am Hermit remembered something and produced an iron cigar case. This was given to me by Queen Mystic. She said she foresaw that this item would provide critical help in the future. Magician smiled and said, "It carries the aura of Mr. Fool." Did the Celestial Worthy send subordinates to participate in the vortex? Yes, Madam Magician said. Receiving confirmation, Justice smiled. The Celestial Worthy participating in the Project Vortex means Mr. Fool is involved too, doesn't it? She looked at the iron cigar case in Madam Hermit's hand, her voice synchronously echoing in the mind of the Major Arcana holder. Will broadly smiled and said, "It will do." Then the boy addressed the Major Arcana holders and said, "I'll lead the way." Still leading, Will closed his eyes. Starlight sprinkled down the Madam Magician, led everyone present following Will's intuition. Deep into the primitive island, amidst the mist, Vortex Weaver Pearl occasionally glanced at the slowly approaching shadow of Beauty Goddess, in miniature Crimson Moon corruption, sometimes at the loosening seal in the waters, and sometimes upwards at the towering figure of Roselle. The 4 beams of light on the horizon, one after another, drew closer. Pearl anticipated that Roselle would perfectly resurrect and return to the Black Emperor. In that case, Uncertain Mist would reclaim one of his possessions and have a Sequence Zero true deity as a puppet. According to Pearl's plan, the end of the Vortex ritual and the uncertain of the transaction between the Night Stalkers and the Rose School of Thought would allow the Great Uncertain Mist to thoroughly corrupt Roselle. Only then could the deceased Black Emperor be driven to resurrect. At that time, with all the transactions concluded with no forces producing assistance, the resurrection of the Black Emperor would face numerous obstructions, necessitating another vortex. By now, Roselle had walked out of the mausoleum himself, choosing to resurrect before the vortex had ended. In midair, the first beam landed on Roselle, who was in a strange, abstract world, followed by another 3. The indescribable light burst forth. In the special mirror world, seeing that only Lumen was ahead, Higdon immediately looked at Voisin. Voisin took off a ring that looked like it was made of glass and tossed it to the demigod of the Order of All Things, or the Order of All Extinction. Harrison, standing next to the side, spoke in awkward Antesian, "This world will guide you." At this moment, Lumen engulfed in a blue-white flame charged forth. After catching the ring, Higdon activated it. In this almost completely dark town ruin, as if covered by something from above, the mysterious mirror-like items lit up Higdon's figure, then enveloped in a transparent light, and thrown into one of the mirrors, chasing after Ludwig and the others. Lumen had only taken a few steps before he disappeared. Behind Voisin, a ball of fire emerged, expanding rapidly and forming into a figure wielding a giant flaming sword. Voisin was not surprised. A semi-transparent figure resembling him but older emerged from behind him. Voisin's new ability, Death Summon. The blazing blue-white figure quickly dimmed as the transparent upper body approached, extinguishing the flame one by one. But Lumen himself was not in the figure. At Voisin's feet, the shadow cast by the flames came into light eerily, transforming to a sticky black liquid that seemed to condense from the darkest desires of the human heart. Desire incarnation. Lumien's previous attacks from behind was merely a distraction. The real killing move was the Desire incarnation from the Bone Ring, allowing the various chaotic corruptions and seals to play a role in this battle. So when he teleported behind Voisin, he used the flame figure he had created as a cover, turning into a shadow creature and slipping into the shadows under the target's feet. As for the other enemy, the courageous Lumien did not mind. Before drawing the Sword of Courage, he had already planned his strategy. With Ludwig, Franka and the others should be able to divert Higdon. Lumien only needed to deal with Voisin and Samson. Though Harrison was not a demigod and lacked godhood, their abilities were strange and varied, making it difficult to kill him. Thus, the primary target had to be the Circle inhabitant Voisin. Lumien would rely on the quicker and more frequent usable spirit world traversal to flash around, avoiding being caught by Harrison, who may steal his abilities or items. During this process, the mystical plague from the Black Tear forehead would naturally spread, covering the area. Lumien believed it would be highly effective against Harrison's paper figurine substitutes. Harrison may use the paper figurine substitutes to avoid the occult diseases, but as long as he stayed on the battlefield, he would continue to be affected. Just as the sticky black liquid covered Voisin, his body became blurry. Lumien's mind fogged, and by the time he cleared up, Voisin had already put up several meters between them. This was another application of the Circle inhabitant's ability. This time, Voisin had included the entire town's ruin in the Circle inhabitant's effects, only treating his own body, just like Lumien, resetting his physical and spiritual state every morning at 6. Voisin's trigger was set to near death or suffering a near fatal attack. So he literally did a if about to die then reset state. What bullshit is that? The Desire incarnation attack had triggered the Circle inhabitant's effects, allowing Voisin to recover and use the brief moment of Lumien's distraction to create distance. Otherwise, he would have continued to be engulfed in the sticky black liquid. Next, a ghostly green light condensed in Voisin Samson's eyes and shot towards the recovering liquid. Program if-else algorithm. Yeah, exactly. Lumien didn't have time to teleport and could only swiftly animate his shadow, swapping places. As the beam appeared, it hit the shadow, causing it to disintegrate instantly. Almost simultaneously, Voisin extended his right hand. His eyes dyed with silver-black hue, reflecting the silver Mercury River, the river of fate of Lumien. Voisin intended to exchange a segment of Lumien's fate. After dodging the light, Lumien fearlessly teleported to Voisin's side once again, trying to exchange fate, no problem. As long as I knock you into a reset, your attempt will fail. Lumien raised the black sword and slashed at Voisin. Cull. At that moment, Harrison finally found awareness. Believe it or not, you have a pathway. It's called the bug pathway. At that moment, Harrison found his opportunity, reached out his right hand and stole the attack. The flames appeared on his body and a giant sword formed in his hand. From 10 meters away, Harrison slashed the sword at Lumien, producing a fiery explosion. Neuron activation? Yeah, one neuron between the two of us, Bug, we got it. Bugs exploit, not build. Yes, but then you need a creation pathway. I'm sorry, you prefer the Mother Tree of Desire pathways? I apologize. Lumien, undaunted, turned to face the roaring flames and swung the sword again. Another call. The flames and the terrifying shockwave clashed, and the violent windstorm wreaked havoc. Harrison, engulfed by the flames, his body disintegrating, or degenerating into a sinister paper figurine. The figurine surface marked by red-yellow rust, which formed and burned to ash. As Harrison's figure reappeared at the edge of the storm, Lumien, with his enhanced physique from 001 and the Sword of Courage, did not retreat a single step and locked onto Voisin. It'd be closer to Savant, but mystical? No, but then Savant doesn't... Well, I guess create. Yeah, I guess that can work. His eyes turned black, and reaching from the weak point on Voisin, he raised the Sword of Courage once again, conjuring several white and blue ravens behind him. At this moment, thanks to Harrison's delay, Voisin completed all the prerequisites for the Fate Exchange. Soon, he could just wait for the time to pass and welcome the final outcome. If LEMMiNO hadn't possessed a Fall Angel rank, Voisin could have started the Fate Exchange directly after choosing the desired segment without taking time. LEMMiNO slashed the Sword of Courage on Voisin's head, and the blue-white raven circled. You can use the Circle Inhabitant's ability to restore your state, but I can target you with the AoE attack and delayed assaults. After a few more resets, you will reach your end. Voisin's body quivered, causing LEMMiNO's thoughts to become hazy. Using the Circle Inhabitant's effects, Voisin recovered from the damage caused by the Sword of Courage, but the ravens continued to follow their predetermined paths. Suddenly, Voisin's figure vanished. As the crows exploded, the Circle Inhabitant's figure reappeared about 40 meters away. You may be able to teleport, but so can I. LEMMiNO's figure quickly appeared beside Voisin, relentlessly pursuing him. His eyes turned silver-black, reflecting Voisin's River of Fate. He extended his left hand, pushing the illusory River of Destiny towards the tributary where Voisin couldn't escape the subsequent attacks, while slashing the Sword of Courage. Had he found the right choice, LEMMiNO would have used Compelling Fate to disrupt Voisin's Circle Inhabitant's fate. LEMMiNO's spirituality was drained by the attacks, forcing him to urgently release his accumulated spirituality. Voisin was hit by the Sword of Courage, and after recovering, he couldn't teleport away in time, suffering from the barrage of fireballs. He had triggered his effect for the 4th time. Voisin recovered and teleported again. But the Fate Exchange did not stop, only as Voisin's body and spirituality were included in the Circle Inhabitant's effects, not his fate or actions. This was similar to LEMMiNO's daily reset, which didn't undo previous actions or invalidate their results. As LEMMiNO pursued Voisin, blinking to his side, Voisin no longer chose to resist head-on. He used his contracted teleportation ability to change his position. On the other side, Harrison had reverted to a thin paper figurine, sensing his impending infection. LEMMiNO continued chasing Voisin and overtook him with a time gap between teleportation and speed, finding opportunities to attack. But as Voisin either used special abilities to neutralize the attacks or triggered the effects, Voisin's Circle Inhabitant seemed far from reaching its predetermined conclusion. Even with the Sword of Courage, LEMMiNO felt a certain level of despair, knowing that the Fate Exchange would lead to a bad outcome. Having opportunities to attack the enemy, but unable to stop the exchange, this may be the meaning of inevitability. Perhaps a Fate Appropriator needed a Circle Inhabitant to unleash its true horror. Despair was fleeting, and courage once again took hold of LEMMiNO. Bucket we ball. Listen, I might die, but you know what? I'm taking your bitch ass with me. That's what I say. Who is unsealing? Are we unsealing Termi Boris? Are we unsealing Ludwig? Are we unsealing Mr. Fool? Are we unsealing the fucking Celestial Worthy? Who's unsealing, bro? Come on. After a while, Voisin stopped passively, waiting for the Fate Exchange to complete, and began actively using abilities, suppressing LEMMiNO's attacks. On the other side, Harrison relied on his paper figurine substitutes to avoid the mystical plague spreading. He had little time to interfere with LEMMiNO and kept trying to remove the densely packed pathogens in the air with various methods. He had little time left to interfere with LEMMiNO and kept trying to LEMMiNO felt the Fate Exchange nearing completion. Though he wasn't afraid, he decided to take a gamble. Mimicking the Beyonders of the Warrior pathway, he unleashed a hurricane of light, holding the Sword of Courage and stabbing it to the ground. With him and the Sword of Courage at the center, fireballs spread in every direction, covering the town. Bro's purifying by fire. Bro said, "You are a begone witch. Let the flames on the cross purify your wicked soul." Explosions erupted one after another, destroying the already crumbling buildings and igniting every corner of the ruins. Harrison used the paper figurine substitute again. As he was on the edge of town, his figure reappeared in the dark tunnel they had pursued through earlier. Voisin, who was closer to LEMMiNO, was affected invariably. His ability to teleport was interrupted by the shockwave. His body caught fire, but the injuries were not fatal. With the resilience of an ascetic, he only twisted his face in pain. Seizing this, LEMMiNO teleported in front of Voisin. Voisin's eyes filled with a green light. Simultaneously, LEMMiNO, anticipating this habit and method of using the terrifying beams, half-turned the Sword of Courage, holding it in front of his chest. The beams shot at LEMMiNO at unavoidable speed, striking the Sword of Courage. The blazing white flames on the blade were extinguished instantly, and its metallic luster dimmed. Blocking the beam, LEMMiNO released his left hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing that Voisin's current cycle was nearing its end, perhaps 2 or 3 more triggers would lead to an inevitable conclusion. At that moment, LEMMiNO's hair stood on end. The effects on the black tear forehead manifested. If not for the Sword of Courage sharing the burden, he would have utterly been overwhelmed by pleasure. Oh yeah, I forgot this ability! I forgot this side effect! Taking advantage of this moment of distraction, Voisin teleported away from his emptied ruins, but did not extend the distance beyond the Fate Exchange. Suddenly, LEMMiNO regained his senses and prepared to pursue. Suddenly his thoughts slowed and became sluggish, as if frozen. His body became rigid. And the Fate Exchange had completed. The Sword of Courage fell to the ground as LEMMiNO no longer had any strength to hold it. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expressions blank. No longer controlled by courage, he tried to activate Alista Tudor's aura, holding the frenzy may help him break free, but he couldn't do it. His ability to think was slipping away. This was the outcome Voisin wanted. Voisin smiled, teleporting to LEMMiNO, and whispered, "If not for your false, angelic rank, this exchange would have completed long ago. You probably don't know the limit for Circle Inhabitants' cycle is 9. You're still several cycles short. You are no true demigod. There's a big difference between you and someone with godhood." As Voisin spoke, he pulled out a ritual sheepskin large enough to cover a head, intending to turn LEMMiNO into a sheep. In the next second, LEMMiNO felt the stiffness in his body and the sluggishness of his thoughts. Opportunity. LEMMiNO tried to activate the mark on his shoulder, hoping to teleport out. Voisin's face changed, and as he activated the contract mark and shouted, "LEMMiNO Lee!" As LEMMiNO's figure was fading away, his mind buzzed and his head spun, making it difficult to maintain the teleportation. Voisin then placed the sheepskin over LEMMiNO and chanted, "Sheep." A flash of light transformed LEMMiNO into a grayish-white sheep. Most of his abilities were sealed, and the earlier state of sluggish thoughts and stiff body returned, preventing him from using the Black Tear or the Devil Whisperer's ring. Don't say goat to sheep awareness. Don't say goat to sheep. Don't. Seeing this, Voisin felt a weakness and spirituality exhaustion in himself, but believed he could endure the plague for a while, waiting for the Circle Inhabitants' effects to activate. A sinister paper figurine was drawn, entered the still burning ruins. It looked at LEMMiNO and spoke. "Your companions don't seem to have escaped either." As he spoke, the figurine made a gesture, and the edge of the dark world, illuminated by the flames, turned transparent, revealing the states of Franca and the others through Harrison's magic. Not through Harrison's magic, but through the mirror people watching in the shadows. In the mirror-like scene, Franca led the others except Ludwig, trying to traverse out of the mirror world. Above them, a figure in a black dress and a gold crown appeared. She glanced down, causing the others to fall back into an area they had just left, unable to escape. Higdon, split into two, covered in slime, blocked Franca and the others' escape. After using it 3 more times, Franca's ice talisman only had 1 more use left. She did not attempt to flee again, pulling out a silver-white full-body armor from the bag and placing it in front of herself. Lumion then drew his revolver. In another scene, Higdon was searching for Ludwig. The paper figurine of Harrison spoke to Lumion with a laugh. Your companions will die before you, it seems. Their substitutes aren't as numerous as my own. You still have time to mourn them. You've done quite well. If not for me and Higdon, your team may have been able to escape or even win against Voisin on his own. With double control over him, Lumion had almost no ability to think, leaving only his emotions. Voisin turned to Harrison and said, "Can I kill him now to bring him to the Lord, to bring back Lord Termi-Boris? The Celestial Worthy's revelation is to imprison." Voisin thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, killing this trash may trigger unforeseen events due to the powers within him. Can I attempt to unseal his chest to bring back the Lord?" Yes. This is, oh my god, hold on. This is the moment. This is the moment we realized Termi-Boris was our friend all along. He was helping us. Termi-Boris is going to come back and say, "What? I've grown to care for this child. Die." I'm calling it. Harrison's figure paused and said, "Yes." This did not violate the Celestial Worthy's revelation. Samson smiled and said, I'll need you to use the Celestial Worthy's boon for the last part. It's not Naruto? The power of friendship goes beyond Naruto, Dr. Z. You don't know what I'm talking about, okay? Don't sass me. Otherwise, I'd have to bring Lumion to the brink of death to unseal him, which is quite risky. The method to unseal Lumion, the Fool's Seal, wasn't devised by Voisin himself, but given through a ritual. Okay, Harrison agreed. Voisin immediately took out a black metal box and opened it. Inside were thumb-sized mercury beads, their surface tinged with black and inscribed with complex symbols. Voisin's voice became low and eerie. The mercury beads floated up, rapidly rising, forming a river. With barely any coherent thoughts, Lumion heard Voisin's and Harrison's conversation, but felt no despair or regret. At this point, they were meaningless. Lumion was filled only with anger, indignation, and hatred. Son of a bitch! Within seconds, Voisin completed his chant, sending the river towards Lumion. In the tunnel, Harrison had lit 4 candles and placed 4 pieces of bread in front of each, reciting incantations while taking special footsteps and gestures. Lumion quickly fell into a dark state, his thoughts clearing. Before he could form any thoughts, his chest grew hot, and familiar heat rapidly dissipated. Within an instant, silver-black light beams shot from within his body, weaving together. I'm telling you, Termi-Boris is gonna be like, damn, you know what, this guy's kind of actually a homie. I got your back, buddy. In fact, he then becomes the new Mr. Star, because they both have an angel up their ass. So Leonard dies, he becomes the new Mr. Star. We're laughing all the way to the bank. I'm telling you. I can see it, guys. Madam Magicians and the others were affected by the distortion of order, emerging from their starry roaming state and floating in midair. What met their eyes was an unusually bloody altar and countless mutilated corpses. On the altar, there was an oil painting depicting a strange cosmos. Ma'am Hermit, whose hearing was sealed, had a twisted expression and said, "It's here. It's that painting." She felt the voice growing louder. "It works." Magician cast her glance at the boy, Will, holding the iron cigar case. "I didn't expect it to be this effective," Will shrugged. As he spoke, Ma'am Hermit forced an ancient spear stained with mottled blood into existence, sending it through the painting. But the spear disintegrated into points of light before it could even reach the altar. In Madam Magician's eyes, brilliant starlight shone. Around the altar, faint glows outlined a pair of dreamlike doors, attempting to transfer the painting along the altar outside the barrier into the cosmos. But those doors remain motionless. Those who are not participants in the ritual cannot affect the painting, Madam Justice said. eyeing the iron cigar case in Will's hand, eager to take it and use it as a medium to showcase her physical strength and see if she could just damage the painting. Madame Judgment took the lead, receiving the iron cigar case from Will and holding it, making it part of her fist. "Execution!" she exclaimed. Accompanied by this command, Judgment swung her right fist. The altar dented, but the painting showed no signs of damage. There's some effect, but not much. Magician accurately assessed. "Thanks, Fours. We don't know what we'd do without you and that brilliant commentary. Idiot." Tell something useful. She took the iron cigar case and tried many abilities herself, but could only cause minor damage to the painting, unable to shake its core effects, as they were not participants in the ritual. Watching the painting still affecting her and many beings, Hermit could not help but feel anxious. Deep in the primitive island, in the dense, deep mist before the mausoleum of the Black Emperor, as the beams of light merged into Roselle's body, Pearl's face stretched, penetrating a comical yet terrifying appearance. The blood-red figure and the miniature crimson moon in the mist retreated strangely. From the point of light where the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged, the white mist, which had been nearly purified by the holy pillar, filled again. Saint Viev and the purifiers outside, including Ongome, felt a collapse of the current order. The lightless domain twisted and the darkness seeped in. Discovering the presence of the shadow of the beauty goddess, Mr. Moon was about to turn into crimson moonlight and illuminate the white mist, but found himself rushing to the sky. The worms of time, split by Pallas, were just deciding to return, assessing the situation. Mr. Hangman, riding the gale, suddenly plummeted, nearly losing his flying ability and falling. As distortion phenomena appeared to varying degrees worldwide, as at the core of the ritual, Pearl struggled to raise her head. At the edge of the ability, Roselle's figure, clad in iron armor and a luxurious cape, grew larger and clearer, with a crown and dark gems forming swiftly atop his head. The surrounding white mist mostly invaded his body, distorting his face and his eyes. The Black Emperor had revived in the astral world. Roselle lowered his head, gazing, focused on the white mist before his mausoleum. The torrent connecting him in the mist and the face of the pearl in the midst. The next moment, he raised his hand and twisted his wrist. Distortion! He completed a distortion using his authority, the Black Emperor's pathway. The special connection with the uncertain mist and the corruption eroding his body and soul, blocking the outer deities. Pearl, deep within the mist, lost focus briefly, then discovered in shock that the great uncertain mist was no longer as closely connected to her through the ritual, but had shifted to Roselle. Her object of faith, her ritual foundation, had all been distorted to Roselle. Can he do it? I was thinking that maybe he can do some distortion, but the problem is, it's a great old one. I don't know how much he can. After her initial confusion, Pearl felt a surge of fear and despair. Not only her, but all the uncertain mist believers across the continent saw a thin mist before their eyes, and an indistinct figure standing within. That figure was wearing a crown and black armor, and looked down upon them all. Roselle's first act upon revival was to take over all faith directed at the uncertain mist. He said, "Look at me! Look at me! I am the captain now." Of course, this also exposed him more directly to the outer deity outside the barrier. Another wisp of mist separated from the surface of the planet, reaching the site of the intense battle, using the special environment and its symbolism to penetrate the barrier, falling upon Roselle at the edge of the world, like a fishing line to finally controlling its target. Roselle's expression became distorted. He continued to gaze at Pearl and the uncertain mist believers worldwide and spoke. "The broker can unite the outer deities has acted, posing a great threat, a crime beyond pardon." As he spoke, he outstretched his hand as if to grasp something. After declaring the crime, he clenched his fist. On the northern and southern continent, the believers exploded into blood mist, the uncertain mist. This was not the ability of the judgment domain, but the control granted by the boon system, the control of an evil god over his believers. He said, "Damn, you all did well. Die!" Temporarily distorting the uncertain mist's faith, Roselle used this to purge the evil god's followers, making them feel the wrath of a god. A single broker may not be dangerous, but their ability to weave all dangers together made them the greatest threat. No, Pearl said as she exploded into a white mist. Her face split into different parts like a nose, eyes, mouth, and ears scattered into the mist. Yet the vortex had not ceased. The shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon continued to approach their target. Silently, the exploded uncertain mist believers in the mist form crossed the void, merging with the vortex mist that Pearl had become, accelerating the advance of the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon, sustaining the transactions. A characteristic of the vortex was that all participants contributed to the power to maintain its ritual. Thus, once the vortex was formed, destroying it would become increasingly difficult. Roselle glanced at the mist, connecting him, and said, "Adam, where are you? The uncertain mist has made a heavy bet, and if you don't reveal your cards, we are doomed." Seeing no change, Roselle paused and continued, "Adam! Are you really waiting for a chance to devour the EBS and others?" Just as Roselle growled, a distant, gentle voice echoed beside him. "I'm here." Oh shit! He hath arrived in the special mirror world. Voice in what? Okay. I don't know if this makes any sense, but now that this is the moment he's choosing to come in, what are the odds Adam, like, takes over or, like, corrupts Chermy Boris so that he becomes, like, one of his angels? Would that work? Does that make any sense? If they can do corruption, why can't we do corruption? Fuck them. If they can corrupt our angels, we corrupt their angels. We go back and forth. You take one of mine, I take one of yours. Chop, 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 motherfucker. In the special mirror world, voice and watch expectantly and reverently as the silver-black light shot from the gray-white sheep that Lumin had become, waiting for Lord Chermy Boris to be completely freed. The beams wove together in front of him, forming a figure. The figure was hunched, wearing a black classical robe and a pointed top hat with a thin face, a curly black hair, and pitch black eyes. Is this Amon? Stop it. Amon just stole Chermy Boris? How does that even work? Just as Lumin was about to activate Alista Tudor's residual aura to try and escape, he froze upon seeing this figure. Voisin and Harrison's bodies trembled. The figure slowly straightened out, not even glancing at Voisin and Harrison, but turned to look at Lumion. Without warning, the sheep's wool covering Lumion fell off, shrinking back. Lumion remained in shock and awe. The figure took out a monocle of... Hold on, I need my monocle. My arms are torn to shreds, but I need to put it on. Hold on. Ow. Ow. Dude, I might have genuinely fought in a Beyond Our battle with how fucked up my hands are right now. Holy Jesus. The figure took out a monocle made of crystal and leisurely placed it over his right eye. "You can call me Amon. Or..." The figure's voice grew more majestic and layered, and smiled. "Chermy Boris." Did Amon just steal Chermy Boris's identity? I'm so confused. Amon just said, I'm not even a sequence 1 right now, but I'll just take over another angel? I don't even understand. How is he doing this? How is he so goated? Lumion knew the figure before him was Amon, though his appearance differed slightly from Monet and the others. The monocle over his eye and his overall demeanor was unmistakable. But why is he here? Why did he call himself Boris? Lumion clearly saw those silver-black beams of light emerging from within himself, from the shattered seal. How did they transform into a Mon? Is this why Lumion had frozen in places earlier? Could it be that during their previous encounters, Amon had bypassed Mr. Fool's seal and replaced Boris? If so, what had the seal truly been for? Despite his shock and confusion, Lumion suppressed these emotions because he had more urgent matters. He stood up, ready to pick up the Sword of Courage and use the mirror traversal ability of the Black Tier to reach Jenna and the others to help. Meanwhile, Voisin and the others stood frozen like statues. Amon raised his hand to stop Lumion. He glanced at the transparent boundary showing the battle between Frank and the others. "I've fixed their fate for the next 10 minutes. They will not die. You have time. As for what happens after 10 minutes, that's up to you." Lumion refocused on Amon, removing the Black Tier forehead accessory and tucking it into the separate space within his traveler bag. What choices? When did you become Boris? A long, long time ago? By the time you first learned that name, I was already Boris? What? All this time, Amon was the true enemy all along? What? What? I don't understand. What? What are we talking about? At this, the former King of Angels' smile took on a hint of mockery. In the dream and village Cordu, the warlock symbolized the power of inevitability. The warlock's death and burial symbolized the loss of the true owner of that power, the real Boris. The owl guarding the tomb, and the body symbolizing an outsider seeking this power. The other you, the accompanying owl, symbolized the inherent depravity within everyone. Pallas couldn't even decipher this, yet he calls himself a cryptologist. Just because I changed my symbolic form, he couldn't recognize me? Fucking poser. Has already begun aging prematurely at such a young age? Lumion didn't know who Pallas was, but understood the implication. The first time dude, he's such a piece of shit. He reappears and goes, "What a fucking poser, bro. That guy? You gonna go to him? He can't do shit. He's an idiot." So simple. It is, my dear Watson, it is simply elementary. I don't know how you didn't understand this. The first time he heard about depravity was from a secret suppliant. The knowledge that came with the potion. The second time was in the honorific name of the true creator, and Amon had a very close relationship with that individual. This meant the true creator's influence on Cordu was much deeper than Lumion had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of sending a few lizard-like elves. Rage that even an ascetic couldn't suppress burned in Lumion. Was the disaster planned by you two? Amon pinched his monocle, pulled out a piece of paper from the void and read, "Patient Lumion Lee, male, claims to be born on September 26, 1340, a native of Cordu in the Ristone province. Diagnosis, strong self-destructive tendencies, a loss of ability to respond to others' emotions. Cause analysis, experience." Dude, he's such a piece of shit. Imagine you're losing your shit at someone, and instead of answering your question, they start pulling out your fucking therapist notes. They're like, "Patient, Dr. Z, suffers from inability to connect to humans. Cause analysis, inability to be loved as a child, always fearing neglect, chose to distance themselves from human emotions to make sure they would never be hurt again." Like, how does this, what are we doing here? Why? Just answer my fucking, what is this? Why? Cause analysis, experiences as a street urchin made the patient distrustful of his surroundings, developing habits of self-neglect to survive, abandoning certain societal norms. Aurora Lee's care, sympathy, love, supervision, and interdependent life made the patients initially heal from that phase, re-establishing a social connection and gradually becoming a normal person. Sorry, Dr. Z, you're just the first person I saw. The disaster at Cordu Village and Aurora's death shattered the patient's rebuilt life, bringing more severe pain and despair, making him unafraid to desire or respond to others' emotions. Fearing loss again, thus fostering strong self-destructive tendencies. First phase treatment plan. Emphasize the possibility of Aurora's resurrection. Emphasize the possibility of Aurora's resurrection to give the patient motivation to live. Step 2. Arrange the patient to stay at Auberge de Côte d'Or in Trier, where many people at the bottom of society can effectively evoke the patient's empathy. 3. Force the patient to form connections with Celia, Bello, and others through events, preparing to rebuild social connections. Dude, Adam, you're a sociopath. 4. Use the undercover missions of the Iron and Blood Cross Order to make the patient meet Franca Roland. Franca Roland's background is similar to Aurora's, and her cheerful personality can effectively lower the psychological walls that the patient has built, making her the most important candidate for re-establishing social connection. 5. Coordinate with the Tarot Club's Justice and Susie for treatment, reasonably allowing certain events to happen to aid in improving psychological conditions. Earliest stage. Use the patient's sympathy for unemployed Charlie and street girl Ethan's allow his help to yield positive results. Mid-stage, ensure the patient encounters Celia Bello after setbacks, receiving companionship and comfort, using the self-indulgent yet unintentional behavior he chooses to relieve accumulated emotions. Last stage, bring inevitable events forward at the most appropriate time, and most events potentially occurring before mild stage treatment. So, Cuttlefish thinks he's so clever. He just wrote himself into the story. That's all he did. He just wrote himself into the story and just called himself Adam and went, tee-hee, I'm so clever. That's all he's done, okay? You're not that guy, pal. I see through you, okay? These include Susanna Matisse targeting Charlie, having the Bliss Society abduct him to underground Trier, allowing the patient to vaguely sense the sufferer's presence, feel anger through these events, and strengthen his connection with Franca, Celia, and Charlie. The madman Flameng, whose situation mostly resembles the patient's, hangs himself after losing all hope and motivation despite the patient's help, strongly resonating with the patient, giving him a huge shock, triggering his rebellious spirit and stubbornness. Scavenger Ruer. Unfortunately, after getting affected by the indiscriminate influence of cultists, contracting a severe illness, and the patient's efforts to help end in failure, with Ruer's wife, Michelle, losing hope and choosing to indulge by having a hearty meal and singing loudly before hanging herself, the similar fate and predestined outcome thoroughly ignite the patient's emotions, making him want to fight against the unfairness of fate. 4. The explosion at the chemical plant where Celia Bello's mother worked, working as a final catalyst. Can I just say, the fact that Adam has this written out, whatever. Okay, listen, shitty, whatever, I get it. Amon, the sociopath, reading this like a report to Lumion. What is this meant to do? First phase psychological treatment result. This patient's self-destructive tendencies are significantly reduced. Reestablish social connection, regain some motivation to live, and can now handle more events. As Amon read the report in an even tone, I should have read this in a much more even tone. I was losing my shit because it's so wacky, but I should have read this in an even tone. That would have been so heart-throbbing. Jesus. Lumion felt his heart sink, growing colder with each word. It felt like being doused with cold water as a street urchin, the chill spreading from his head to his toes, extinguishing all his hope and pride. You still had pride, bro, after all this? His indignation, his rebellion against fate all seemed like a fucking joke shattering to pieces. At that moment, Lumion felt numb, half of him buried with uncontrollable rage and the self-destructive urge to drag the report writer to death with him. The other half once again felt the despair and pain from when Aurora was pushed him away to face death alone. Amon finally finished reading the first phase report and looked at Lumion with a smile, seemingly waiting for a response. Why? Why me? Lumion's voice erupted. The fool's aura and Aurora's foolish choice made you a good test subject, capable of bearing many things and verifying the initial experimental results. That's one reason. The other is, if you truly self-destruct, won't my role as Termiboros be exposed? How can I deceive those outside and make them place heavy bets? Only by absorbing and digesting Termiboros' Sequence 1 characteristic within the Fool's Seal and changing pathways will it be most hidden and least likely to be discovered. So you're telling me Amon is like losing to Palaz, and then meanwhile he's like, all right, I technically got another sequence 1 I can fight you with, but it's fine. It's fine. You can have this win. Great job, buddy. You're so good. Okay, fucking idiot. Can't even decipher the most basic shit. Lumin's mind was in chaos, his mind exploding. Even the conspirer abilities were hard to use. He could only ask instinctively. In that large ceremony with the Padre, did not only Termi Boris descend, but also you? Did you intentionally seal yourself with the injured Termi Boris? Thanks to your gifts, it helped me open the return path and gave me such a present. Previously, the sufferer hidden around me. Who was it? Haven't you guessed? You should have heard his name. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros? The King of Angels who had once followed the ancient sun god and was serving the true creator. This motherfucker had 2 Kings of Angels? So you're telling me he had Amon inside, he had maybe an injured Termi Boris, I'm still not fully sure, but I don't even know if that even matters at this point. He had, I think I said, he had Alista Tudor's aura, whoever the fucking Taoist master bullshit is. He has Mr. Fool's seal. What are we even talking about at this point? This motherfucker has more eyes on him than fucking any other great old one does. Did you have a chance to save Aurora back then? Do you want to hear the answer? Amon smiled. He glanced at the paper in his hand, seemingly prepared to read the new contents that may contain the answer. Jesus, how much fucking longer, bro? 7 more chapters, I can't. I'm so mind-fucked already, Jesus. Amon began reading in a flat tone. When the anomaly in Cordu was discovered, the corruption and personality in Aurora had already become quite severe. If the most skilled psychologist provided treatment and any true god offered a seal, it may have been possible to save her. But why bother? If the situation in the village continued to develop, it would have indeed caused a significant catastrophe. But if intervened, it could bring substantial benefits and play an important role. The lizard-shaped elves entered Cordu, quietly maintaining the balance. They wanted the outcome to follow the heretics' original plan, but not actually succeed, at the same time ensuring that Aurora had retained the slightest chance of resurrection. In the end, the goal was achieved. Before the organization was sent, Guillaume Benet conducted a grand sacrifice, opening the temporary passage above the barrier. Amon had already been waiting nearby, deceiving the ritual, utilizing the barrier, and following Termiboros back into this world. Aurora Lee pushed Lumion away in the end, brought a bit of an unexpected twist, but it did not change the overall outcome. The aura of the Fool on Lumion Lee, stimulated by the surrounding environment and the intense emotions fluctuations, attracted the Fool's attention. Hearing this, Lumion's hands clenched into fists, his heart burning with rage. As a result, Termiboros was wounded, and together with the soul fragments of Aurora and the other villagers, was sealed into Lumion's body. During this process, Amon voluntarily joined them, stealing Termiboros' fate and identity before he could recover, killing him and reducing him to a Sequence 1 characteristic of the inevitability pathway. Dude, oh my god. Amon, as injured as he is, down and out, is like, killing a Sequence 1? Alright, no problem. Oh, yeah, I got him. Oh, suddenly he became a characteristic. What a unexpected event. Before Lumion became an ascetic, Amon had already absorbed the characteristic, completing the pathway switch, fully replacing Termiboros, only lacking the final ritual. This is very important. Whether it is the Vortex ritual now or another plan, it doesn't change. Lumion will understand why. Next, I will read only the key parts, or I'm afraid Roselle won't last that long. He's gonna die? Lumion didn't respond to him, using all his strength to suppress his emotions. After the first phase of the treatment ended, the hidden dangers of the Tree of Shadow were prematurely triggered, forcing Lumion to face Susanna's sacrifice. The Amon sealed within him indeed couldn't bear the weight and complexity of the Tree of Shadow's fate torrent, nor could he rapidly evolve the fate fragments of encountering the Monsuri ghost into an attack by the Monsuri ghost. But the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, always had been watching. That was his specialty, and in this regard he was far superior to the sufferer of the inevitability pathway. With Ouroboros' assistance, Lumion successfully swapped the fate of being attacked by the Monsuri ghost with the fate of the Tree of Shadow, having its roots burned by the Fourth Epoch Trier's invisible flames, playing a crucial role in Lumion and Susanna's upcoming battle. Between the two battles, Amon didn't miss the opportunity, deliberately describing Lumion as the unfortunate one to strike at him. This was a deception. If it were the real Termibors, he would have said similar words in such a situation. At the end of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf deliberately let Lumion see it, giving him a strong desire and motivation to continue exploring. Hearing this, Lumion was stunned. My desire, my anger. Is that what he wanted too? The madman, Flameng, driven insane by encountering a Monsuri ghost, coincidentally stayed at the motel, his experiences and an ending resonating with Lumion. The Earth Bloodstone he gave Lumion the chance to obtain the residual aura of Alista Tudor. Didn't Termibors tell Lumion to pick the Earth Bloodstone or something? Like, he had an option for something, and then Termibors said, like, it will bring a fortuitous encounter or some bullshit? And then Monet stole it. Amon told Klein to take the stone so that Amon could steal it from Klein. What the... Dude, what 7D chess are we playing at this point? At this time, due to the convergence of Amon's main body, more and more Amons noticed Lumion's existence and obtained corresponding information. To bring the hidden value of the Earth Bloodstone, one of the Amons chose to steal it. Coincidentally, a lady from the Church of the Evernight asked Lumion for help to obtain water of the Samaritaine Women's Spring. With the enthusiastic help of the Amons, Lumion ultimately used the Earth Bloodstone aura to gain the residual aura of Alista Tudor, the first step in his mystical similarity to 001. The hostile plan was initially as expected. Some participants were killed, while some achieved their goals, and those outside could not observe the Fourth Epoch Trier, while Lumion and the others obtained a fragment of special mirror world. After leaving Trier, Lumion inevitably converged at Port Santa, where the seal was reinforced early. Though it left hidden dangers, it couldn't last long. It could at least last long. On the subsequent journey, Lumion encountered Father Mons. Oh my god, he also saw the seal! The seal that he and Mr. Door put up in the spaceship. Do you think he was looking at it going, damn, I'm so smart. Holy shit, that's a good seal. Like... On the subsequent journey, Lumion encountered Father Montserrat and obtained Amibella's umbilical cord, and also got involved in matters related to Nabor Disley, laying the foundation for meeting Farbauti's avatar in the tomb at the end of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, Lumion successfully obtained the seal of the Underworld Taoist, truly gaining mystical similarity to 001. Oh my, I need to get something to eat after this, I'm starving. During the journey, Lumion also met several people with experiences similar to his, but different choices and outcomes which touched him, firmly affirming his ideas and further improving his psychological state. The second phase of the psychological treatment complete. I was just gonna... The thing is, Bullseye, I don't have... Because I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long, and I think Kami also has to go pretty soon, so I'm trying not to eat, so I'm trying not to take time off, but I'm genuinely just starting to get so hungry. If I do leave, I'm just gonna get like a PB&J sandwich and just fucking rush back. After asking Mr. K for help to solve Pearl's painting person, Lumion went to the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order, as for the true creator. There, he coincidentally saw the lizard-like elves crawling in and out of the god. This dealt him a huge blow, worsening his state, but also making his determination desire stronger. After returning to Trier and Marora, Lumen began preparing for his advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight. What he didn't realize was that his psychological state and emotional condition had not met the requirements. Even with the Sealed Angel as a teammate, there was a possibility that he would lose control. Fortunately, the presence of Black Tear and Celia Bello becoming a demoness of pleasure triggered the emotional issues within Lumen's team. After much entanglement and pain, Lumen chose to face his thoughts and respond to his others' attentions. Though his response was twisted, he at least took a first step, no longer passively accepting, placing himself in a position of importance. As a result, Lumen's emotions and desires were vented, and his importance was no longer... Can we do a little break after this chapter? Can we do like 5 minutes, guys? Would that be okay? And his importance was no longer suppressed by his fear of loss. His connections with Frank and Celia became stronger and closer, providing him with strong anchors. The third and final phase of psychological treatment ended, and Lumen could now withstand new blows. During the Vortex ritual, Lumen's teams fell into a desperate situation. All teammates except him were about to die or be taken away by Higdon. Lumen wanted to ask Amon for help, but Amon chose to refuse because he wasn't Lumen's godfather and had no obligation. Even though Lumen had indeed become more like Amon, using loopholes more skillfully after repeatedly receiving boons. So you're telling me he's actually a tri-pathway because he's got like some help from Amon too? How does that work? Relying solely on himself and those Grade 1 artifacts, Lumen couldn't save his teammates because Voisin and the others chose to assist Higdon. Lumen now only had one choice, to ascend to a demigod on the spot, but Amon is unwilling to help him shatter the Sword of Courage, returning the Sword of Courage to a characteristic. The Iron-Blooded Knight ritual is still incomplete. Amon tells him that the only help he would provide is to shatter the Black Tear, giving him the supplementary ingredient for the missing Despair Potion, and send him to Marora to complete the ritual using the exiles, ascending to a Demoness of Despair. Hold on, I'm here for it though. I'm here for it. I'm not... This is fine. Becoming a Demoness of Despair, Lumen, wielding the Sword of Courage, successfully saves his teammates. Then he would switch between the Demoness and Hunter paths, spiraling upwards. This does not need to be symmetrical, depending on the situation, aiming to fulfill the phrase, pure yin does not last. Pure yang does not grow. Yin contains yang, and yang contains yin. The union of yin and yang gives rise to everything. This is the only correct way to approach the peak power of the two pathways. At least Tudor and Cheek's attempts failed. Not only did they fail to succeed, but they also created a big problem. In this process, Aurora's soul fragments will gradually revive when Lumen is in the Demoness state. If Lumen can ultimately defeat Medici and the primordial Demoness Cheek, mastering the peak power of both Calamity pathways, Aurora's personality and soul fragments can rely on Lumen's own spirit and flesh to resurrect, then merging with his consciousness, suppressing the corruption of inevitability and become his female form, controlling the feminine side of Calamity. This is the true union of yin and yang, similar to Medici's evil spirit form, but closer to the peak. This is the only way to revive Aurora. Amon paused, looked at Lumen, who seemed to have turned to a statue, raised his chin, and with a faint smile asked, "Can you accept such an outcome?" I don't think we've ever had a "can you accept such an outcome" in this series that we said yes to, right? Does Lumen say no? But I don't know why he would say no. I would give him everything he wants. Oh, what, he has to kill a couple of murderers? Lumen has no problem with that. He doesn't care. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna accept it, if I'm honest. Oh, it's so sad. We were so close. We were so close to 50 viewers there for a second. We were so close to 50. Well, hey, this is by far the best COI stream we've ever had, so this is cool. Cutting off the head of whoever spoils. Yeah. Alright, guys, let's take like a 5-minute close to Volume 1. This is getting close. This is getting fucking close. What the fuck? This is genuinely getting close. Alright, guys. Let's do like a 5-minute break. I'm just gonna go get like a PB&J sandwich. I'll be back in literally 5 minutes, okay? I'm just starving. I haven't eaten in like 5 hours, 6 hours.
Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to light by accident when it remains on. Sounds like it's meant to be. Oh, the journey starts from where we did first step. No one's sure what lies ahead before the breath. Cause maybe rough and tough, but we will need somewhere. Sometimes this journey is about the chase, all about the destination of the world. No matter how far, how you go, how long it may last, it's when there's a beginning, there's an ending too. As we go, we'll come across many predicaments. Feel like lies beneath colors of love that's excellent. The picture fade away, but it will remain the same. Only time will tell the money should have been. Longer we wait, may it be this way to keep standing by for instance, scouting
Oh god. Okay. Okay. Alright, give me like 2 minutes to just eat. I'll be here. Let's just... Jesus, that was a lot too. Alright, bye bye. He's probably already gone. That's fine. Oh, fuck off, Harsh. How long was I gone? It's gotta be like... Did I say 12 minutes? That seems crazy. It's gotta be a lie. Rate the PB&J? I don't know, like a 7 or 8. PB&Js are never amazing. They're just always decent, like good enough that it's like such a little effort that you're like, ah, fuck it, this will do. Plus, if you're like vegan or like vegetarian or something, it becomes even more so because it's like, bro, how much can I eat? Oh, cool. I had it before, bro. I'm just... Do you want me to spend more time making coffee, Kami? I can. I'll do it. I don't care. Just figured you guys wouldn't want to waste time with it. Let me just finish one, and then the second one I can eat in between, okay? Hearing Amon's question, Lumin began to break free from his long nightmare, only to find that reality was an even more despairing abyss. His body trembled as he used all his strength to squeeze out a sound from his throat. Isn't he afraid? Afraid that I'll master the power of calamity and seek revenge against him? Amon laughed. By making such a choice, he shows he is willing to face all possible futures and accept even the worst outcome. It makes no difference to him, whether it is you or Medici, whether you submit, give up, be angry, or hate. If either of you manages to power the peak, or master the peak power of calamity, seek revenge against him, disrupt his plans, or even pull him down from his throne, he will still not regret it, and will acknowledge it as the result. Because he was born to bear all sins. When did Amon get so fanatical? What the fuck? Lumin fell silent, his fists clenched. Time is running out. Make your choice, Amon said. Lumin's lips moved a few times before he suddenly began laughing. A mixture of anger and mockery. I'm willing to go to Marora. I will try any way possible to revive Aurora, including the method he mentioned, but I will not accept that is the only outcome. You don't need to tell me the second half of your sentence. My task is only to send you to Marora and make you a demoness of despair. Whether you are willing to accept that, you'll have to face him and tell him yourself. Okay. I stand corrected. I said like yesterday or a couple of days ago that if Cuttlefish does not make Franca a demoness, then he's coward. He's not a coward, bro. He said, bro, you want the character who was, or sorry, if she doesn't make him a hunter. I was like, he said, oh, you want to make a side character switch characters? Watch this. I'll make the main character switch fucking genders. What the fuck? With that, Amon raised his right hand, grasped, making the tear, a black tear, magically detached from the traveler bag. The black tear-shaped artifact shattered, transforming into a faint speck of light. Lights converged into a shrunken, withered, blackened heart. Amon then reached towards Voisin, grabbing 2 items. One is a small vial containing dark green liquid and the other 3 fragments. After making his decision, Lumine's emotions settled, no longer feeling as out of control. His body had been trembling and his thoughts had been fixated. Seeing the 2 items in Amon's hands, Lumine paused. Voisin had the supplementary ingredient for Demoness of Despair? He was the one who suggested lifting the seal. Amon mentioned that some participants in the hostile plan received hidden guidance in the 4th Epoch's unique environment without being noticed. Was Voisin amongst them? Voisin himself probably didn't remember being guided, thinking he had escaped the 4th Epoch trio purely with the help of the Mirror People, and later unknowingly did some unimportant, abnormal things. Amon couldn't break out of Mr. Fool's seal on his own, so there had to be a role to accomplish the unsealing task without killing me. Voisin's stated goal allowed him to do this without suspicion. That individual tacitly allowed the hostile plan to happen without much interference or objection. It didn't ruin Medici's plan to prepare for now. Realizing all this, Lumine scoffed and said so he can't accept just any outcome. After all, he did so much to ensure this outcome. It makes sense. He did say that, like, hey, you can reach the peak of the pathways in a way they can't. Because they went all the way up 1 and you have to like go all the way up 1 and then crisscross. Amon smiled. Willing to accept the worst outcome doesn't mean not striving for the best. And now, would you refuse to go to Marora, becoming a demoness of despair? Bye, Chris. No worries at all, buddy. Thank you so much for saying. I know you had such a big day for you. Go enjoy the house. Do all your stuff. All right. I'll catch you later. Bye, buddy. Lumine fell silent again. Amon let the Demoness of Despair characteristic and the 2 supplementary ingredients fly to Lumine. This characteristic will continuously spread plague, both mundane and mystical, and you'll be affected. Lumine caught them, and Amon smiled. Do you know what sequence 2 of the inevitability pathway is? Sinner, Lumine replied. 1? Lumine shook his head. He didn't know. 1 is Angel of Redemption, but to me, it's not as useful as Sinner. The past sinner, the present sinner, and the future angel of redemption form the trinity of the inevitability pathway. And the sinner has the ability to revert their state to any past moment, with a duration depending on specific circumstances. What? Revert to a past moment? Lumine remembered that Madam Magician had mentioned Amon, the king of angels from ancient times, had at once time briefly become a god. Amon turned. Of course, involving the uniqueness and power of a true god involves the current holder's consent. That celestial worthy has already diverted most of his attention to influence Project Vortex, so he certainly can't interfere with the Fool on this matter. And the Fool you believe in shouldn't object. Lumine spread his arms as if embracing returning power. The monocle shone brightly, and before Lumine could react, he saw the obstacles and barriers blocking access to Marora and the special mirror world disappear, allowing him to enter the City of Exile smoothly. High in the mirror world, the figure wearing a high crown and black dress nodded at Lumine, not attempting to interfere. The mirror Roselle. In this matter, she had placed bets on both sides, ensuring that the real Roselle wouldn't completely perish. Whether the real Roselle became a puppet of the uncertain mist or died to await another resurrection, it wouldn't affect her existence and even gradually make her the main body. In the next second, Amon vanished. The paper he had been reading floated down, completely blank. A sheet of white paper. What is happening? Did Amon make all that up just to fuck with Lumion? I'm kidding. He could have also equally. He could have also equally as easily just, you know, stolen all the words off the page or something. Before the bloody altar, Madam Magician spoke. The voice from that painting has weakened. The magician looked up and said, "The sealing power of the barrier has strengthened. The true god of the door pathway has returned." No, it's not Mr. Fool. It's more like Amon. How could Amon become the true god of the door pathway? Did Mr. Fool or Celestial Worthy lend him power? If it was the former, it'd be great news. If it was the latter, this would be bad. Based on the current developments, it should be Mr. Fool, Madam Magician said. Since the influence of the mysterious voice has weakened, the fate of power must have lessened too. The power of fate must have lessened too. There should be a chance. As she spoke, the holder of the Major Arcana holder reached out to Madam Magician, asking for an iron cigar case. In the sea near Port Santa, the seal, previously weakened by internal grey fog and the external gnawing, instantly became strong as ever. The School of Deliciousness efforts were all in vain. Deep in the island, before the Black Emperor's mausoleum, the thick, pervasive white mist abruptly contracted towards the core as if squeezed by an invisible force. The mark left by the Fool inside Roselle strengthened, alleviating some of the corruption. Roselle's twisted expressions eased somewhat. The eyes of Pearl scattered in somewhat parts of the mist, seeing a figure appear in midair. The figure wore black robes, a pointed top hat, and a monocle. Isn't it said that the external forces can interfere with the Vortex's operation? Pearl had this question when she saw in midair, looking down at him, and said, "Isn't this our first meeting? I am Termi Boris." Oh my god. Pearl felt as if her intelligence had been stolen. How could it be? But my intuition tells me that he is Termi Boris. In the mirror world, seeing Amon's figure soar up and vanish, Lumin understood why he had said that whether it was the Vortex ritual or another plan, it didn't matter, compared to consuming Termi Boris and becoming an angel of the inevitability path. This meant that there would be a high-ranking being capable of exerting a true god's power lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Lumin glanced at the white paper on the ground, looked at Franca and others struggling against Higdon with the help of the Pride armor and the Demoness's flames, putting away the Sword of Courage, gripping the characteristic and supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair, and used Mirror World Traversal, and returned to Marora, the City of Exiles. Immediately, he reconnected with 001, using Grade 0 artifact to help bear the damage and influence of the Demoness Plague. Then Lumin stood atop the Knowledge Cathedral, gazing at the wide, deserted square. He began summoning the exiles most affected by 001 to gather quickly, to aim to save time. In the next 2 or 3 minutes, a large number of exiles poured into the square in front of the cathedral, some bumping into each other, some choosing to duel on the spot, others straightening their necks so they wouldn't be too crooked. Lumin stood on the steps, holding the characteristics of the Demoness of Despair, expressionlessly watching them. Time was running out. Lumin whispered to himself, turning to look at the cathedral, but he didn't see Heraberg. This motherfucker's about to unleash a plague in the body of a god to become a demigod. What a fucked up way. The Lumin can't do anything easily at all. Finally resigned, he turned his gaze back to the exiles. There were definitely more than 30,000. Newman started laughing, his body trembling. They seemed to have many choices. Considering the factors, the time constraints, and the current situation, he only had one path. The only road. After laughing for over 10 seconds, LEMMiNO stepped down from the steps and walked into the crowd. The exiles near the cathedral began to feel something wrong, their bodies weakening, and when they tried to slap their opponents, it felt more like caressing their faces. Some wanted to flee but found their legs powerless. Fireballs shot out from around LEMMiNO, flying over the exiles infected with the diseases and landing at the edge of the square. The fireballs exploded, surrounding the square in a hell of flames. Countless exiles whose condition had worsened fell to the ground, watching as other felons with strengths left trampling over them. They stared at the flames lighting the sky, inching closer to them. Pain and despair filled their heart, consuming their sanity. Some wanted to call for help, but could only make weak sounds. Amidst continuous explosions, LEMMiNO walked out of the square, spread into the sea of flames. The houses on both sides of the street collapsed under the blue fireballs. The felons in the square fell one by one, feeling helpless against the disease, experiencing pain and despair. Jesus. LEMMiNO took out a glass bottle, placing the characteristics inside. Bubbles gurgled up, and dark purple liquid shimmered. LEMMiNO gazed at the potion and laughed. Don't worry, I know my insignificance. I will embrace despair in the path of the demoness. Would you kill 30,000 people to save your friends? Jesus, I don't know if I'd make that fucking chance. Bro, just make new friends at this point. But this is to avoid being manipulated in the future, and to choose my own ending. And with that, he walked forward, raising the bottle to his lips and tilting his head back. The exiles, still standing in the square, suddenly felt their pain and despair condense into something tangible, turning into invisible threads extending towards the burning street. 30,000 Epsteins I would do in a heartbeat, I agree. They finally awoke, but they were too sick to fight the perpetrator. Some were even engulfed by flames. They saw the figure walk step by step amongst the burning buildings, through the hellish streets. His hair floated up, growing longer, blacker, and thicker. 30,000 Daras? I would do that faster than the Epsteins. In the air, 2 stars seemed to light up, and the blue flames in the area turned pitch black. The blackness spread like a flood, drowning all light, making the fiery hell quiet, deep, and dark. In the special mirror world, in the dark scene of the abandoned park where Franca and others fought against Higdon, covered in yellowish-green mucus, Higdon had split into 4, seeking different targets. And the black flames burned the spirituality of the disease, but were dimmed by the decaying power. If it weren't for discovering that Higdon's disease, having some spirituality, could be ignited by the demoness's flames to slow its spread, Franca believed she and Jenna would have already exhausted their substitutes and died. Meanwhile, the Pride armor played a crucial role, almost unaffected by the disease, not corroded by the decaying power. It kept chasing down Higdon whenever he dared attack from behind. During this battle, Franca and Jenna noticed another problem. They couldn't tell if it was because Higdon had no brains or if the demigod was just unlucky, but his certain death attacks kept missing. Dude, can you imagine what Higdon is? He's like, bro, it's sure hits. Why do my sure hits keep missing? What does sure even mean anymore? And Amon's just there on the side like, tee-hee, I just stole it. Combined, the 2 demonesses and Anthony, who had used psychological invisibility to stay out of the decaying range, barely managed to hold on for 9 minutes before Higdon. Occasionally, they even felt that Higdon lacked the oppressive presence of a true demigod, seeming more like a poor quality product. I can't stall anymore? No worries, MX. I appreciate you staying for so long, buddy. Thank you so much. But even so, they couldn't find an opportunity to escape and discover that their enemies were multiplying, with one splitting off to find Ludwig. Moreover, although individual Higdon fragments seemed weaker than a true demigod, each fragment retained the same level of power, making them collectively terrifying. I have 2 mirror substitutes left. Jenna probably has 1. Anthony, though attacked less, only has 2 to begin with and had used 1. Franka analyzed the situation quickly and while continuously repositioning to avoid Higdon's sure hit attacks. As for Lugano, when Higdon aimed to block him at the start, Franka signaled for him to run faster and hide. It proved to be the right call. Higdon's targets were Ludwig and the Demonesses, making no effort to stop Lugano. Whether the use of black flames is also draining us our spirituality, Jenna and I can't hold on for much longer. Franka considered whether to use the last mirror traversal and now to delay for a while. It could also give Anthony a chance to survive. The hypnotist was not Higdon's target. Just as Franka was about to signal Jenna to approach, they saw a greenish-yellow drop forming behind Jella, condensing into Higdon. Simultaneously, Franka noticed that from Jenna's worried expression something bad was about to happen. They both activated mirror substitution. The next second, 2 Higdons spread out like dirty, slimy blankets, wrapping Franka and Jenna in a sure hit. A cracking sound followed. Meanwhile, Anthony quietly lurking at the edge of the park, leaning against the wall. Dude, leaning against the wall is so funny. These guys are literally running around for their lives, and Anthony's just back like, is it done? Yeah. I mean, alright, no worries. Bye, Seer. He had been discovered after all. Higdon pushed with both hands, sending a greenish-black light ball towards Anthony. Anthony used his last mirror substitute too, his figure appearing behind Higdon. Seeing this, Anthony had an epiphany, an opportunity. He didn't flee but raised the winter is coming revolver and pulled the trigger, certain death. Higdon froze, his body disintegrating into small drops. This Higdon was dead, but the other ones remained unaffected. Confirming this, Franka and Jenna felt utter despair. Their previous plan involved the Demonesses as bait, giving Anthony a chance to shoot Higdon with a death bullet, hoping to kill them all. But it only worked on the one hit. Moments later, they saw the Pride armor hit by the certain death attack, metal fragments falling on his chest, standing still. Jenna gritted her teeth, ready to forego the ritual and gamble on forcibly advancing right now. At least it would restore her spirituality. Even if she failed, she could turn into a monster and give her friends a chance. Before Jenna could reach into her bag, another figure arrived. It was Voisin, who had chased them here. Jenna and Franka's heart sank. At this moment, above one of the Higdons, a black sword, burning with blue-white flames, fell from the sky, piercing the top of his head. This Higdon exploded, the flames turning into silent blackness, engulfing each piece. The fragments never reappeared, and the figure quickly appeared in Franka, Jenna, and Anthony's eyes. In an instant, the figure became clear. Everyone was stunned. The person had a slim face, light blue eyes resembling clear, dreamy lakes. In the highlands, a perfectly shaped nose and lips, neither too thick nor thin. Her features were striking and graceful. At the same time, she had a cold demeanor, her face devoid of any smile, as if she had just killed thousands of people. No? Well, those guys? Nah, I didn't do it. Her beauty is aggressive, Franka thought. Wait, why does she look like Lumion? Like Lumion feminized and beauticized. She's holding the Sword of Courage. Demoness of Despair? Lumion escaped Voisin's pursuit, entered Marora, chose to kill the exiles to advance? That's ruthless. Something Lumion would do. No, did he choose all the options I gave him? I must admit, he is beautiful. Who helped him shout at the Black Tear, though? As Franka's thoughts raced, Jenna shouted, Lumion! The enchanted Higdon and Voisin snapped back to reality. Lumion's figure disappeared again, reappearing behind another Higdon. He was prepared, instantly disintegrating, but around him, an almost impenetrable, invisible web appeared. The web covered an area of around 30 meters, decaying rapidly while trapping and binding Higdon. Silent, destructive flames surged from the demoness form Lumion, igniting the nearly decayed web. Idiot! Lumion cursed. He didn't continue to attack, but used Charm to buy more time to weave this web. Though Lumion used teleportation and invisibility, the flames from his body did not extinguish. After burning the web and trapping Higdon, the flames quickly spread through most of the park-like ruins, igniting the pervasive disease. Can Anthony hit now? I don't know, you gotta ask him. I do think he prefers the cuck chair though. Feeling the power of the disease and decay diminish, Franka didn't search for Lumion, instead charged at Voisin. She sensed Lumion wanted to eliminate Higdon first, so they needed to hold off Voisin, the circle inhabitant. Jenna had a similar feeling, quickly hiding and encircling Voisin, ready to support Franka and Anthony. Amongst them, Anthony could inflict the most damage to a demigod. Anthony used psychological invisibility again, cautiously approaching. Voisin was still confused and fearful. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong trying to unseal Lord Termi-Boris. For a devout follower of inevitability, this was a mistake redeemable only by death. As soon as he regained control, Voisin hurried back to the battlefield of Higdon and Lumion, hoping to capture Lumion's teammates and force him back to save them. Unexpectedly, Lumion had returned, but as a demigod demoness. If not for the fact that his lust-enhancing contract wasn't with a demigod creature and he had become a demigod at level ascetic, he would have already lost control under that soul-piercing charm. Quickly, Voisin spotted Lumion emerging from behind the last Higdon. Voisin was about to teleport over when Franka appeared behind him. Franka raised her left hand, adorned with iron-black spiked ring, her eyes glowing. Psychic piercing. Voisin's body shook, his soul feeling a bit of pain. But a figure resembling him grew from his back and gazed at Franka. Franka used her last mirror substitute. Simultaneously, Jenna appeared several meters to the side and chanted, "Sun." The scroll burst into a radiant light, enveloping Voisin into a holy and fiery light. Though the power of inevitability was not evil, corrupt, or dark, it contained a will that for Samson was foreign and had to be expelled. Of course, after reaching the demigod level, Voisin's consciousness had been corrupted and influenced by that will, aligning more with its master, so the purification would be too significant, but his contracted creatures, including dark and corrupt pathways, feared sunlight, purification, so under the sunlight, Voisin couldn't help but close his eyes and raise his hands to shield his face. As a demigod, Voisin wouldn't suffer severe damage from purification and would recover, but it gave Anthony a chance. Anthony stepped up, raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. Sure hit. Anthony wasn't sure if Voisin had a substitute ability, so he chose sure hit instead of certain death. The bullet hit Voisin, producing a metallic sound and tearing his clothes. In an instant, he was enveloped by sunlight, unsure of what he might encounter if he teleported away. Voisin activated a contract ability to metalize himself. If the next attack couldn't be stopped, or even with metallization, Voisin could trigger the circle inhabitant effect and resetting his body. So you're telling me a circle inhabitant can reset his body 9 times a day? So someone's got to be able to fucking take you from 100 to 0 10 times for you to die? That's broken as fuck. The light hit Lumion's tall, perfect body but passed through, like an illusion. At this moment, multiple Lumion figures with black hair floated around Higdon, all wielding the Sword of Courage. This was a demigod level utilization of the special mirror world, with each figure possibly being a mirror illusion or the real. Higdon's body disintegrated into the light, indiscriminately using the certain death effect, both an AoE and an escape. At this moment, another Lumion emerged from midair, holding the Sword of Courage, descending heavily and stabbing the ground. The flames followed the violent explosion, engulfing the area, consuming the light, striking into the Lumion figures, not giving them a chance to split into Higdons. Immediately, the flames turned into a silent black, igniting all spirituality in the area. As the flames receded, a fist-sized lump of greenish-yellow mucus fell to the ground. Left by Lumion, he grabbed the mucus without fearing infection, holding it in his hand and smearing it on the mirror. His hand, covered in black flames, pressed onto it. Broken, try all 3 options on a test. Dude, it's not even that awareness. It's not that he's got 9 health bars. He's got 9 phases. Oh my god. The greenish yellow mucus let out a shrill cry. In another dark ruin, another Higdon had just found Ludwig and was about to reach for the little boy with a ravenous expression when flames erupted from within. He was quickly engulfed by the flames, turning into a lifeless liquid. After dealing with Higdon, Lumion teleported in front of Voisin, signaling the others to retreat. In Voisin's eyes, just recovering from the sunlight, the demoness smiled and heard the magnetic, pleasant voice. Hope your circle inhabitant effect still works. I don't want to kill you just once. Dude, awareness, imagine. It's at like Lumion. Lumion has this ability. So he's fighting someone at 5 a.m., okay? He starts fighting. The enemy gets him down to his 10th life. He's like, okay, fucking, finally. And then it hits 6 p.m. and Lumion's like, alright, we got 9 more, buddy, let's go. Voisin felt there was no warmth in the voice's laughter, but he shuddered. His first reaction... Wait, it's 884 is the ending, guys? We got 4 more chapters? His first reaction was to quickly teleport out of the scene, or teleport out of the area, because Lumion had become a potion pathway demigod and still had 3 companions with him. Meanwhile, Samson's ally had been completely killed by Lumion quite quickly. No matter how devotedly he believed in the Great Circle, no matter how urgently he longed to rescue the Lord, today, Voisin was not so blind as to misread. He knew he only had 2 choices, stay and fight to the death or run. At this moment, it was not difficult to decide amongst them. As the black mark on his body activated, he disappeared, and the next second he appeared dozens of meters away, facing a transparent, almost glass-like barrier. Lumion smiled. This is the special mirror world, and a demigod demoness can utilize the powers of this world. If you wish to break through, there's only one way. Beat me. Voisin struggled for a moment, but failed. He had no choice but to face Lumion. Lumion smiled, and he didn't act immediately because he was listening to the beating of his own heart. The seal of Mr. Fool on him had lost its effect, but Amon had left some power, preventing the soul fragments of Aurora and the others from leaking out. Of course, this was only temporary. In a day or 2 at most, the seal would dissipate, and because of the vast difference in strengths between the souls, Lumion felt the distance between them, and his sister had shortened considerably, as if he could hear her voice. That heartbeat was familiar. Do you see? Voisin is right in front of us. The heretic who made you have nightmares, who scared you to flee. Do you see? He's afraid, Lumion whispered these sentences. During this process, he teleported several times in succession, changing his position to prevent Voisin's attacks from affecting him. Simultaneously, Lumion arced his back and gripped the Sword of Courage with both hands. His figure faded, blinking in front of Voisin, seemingly intending to ignore the other party's counterattacks. Voisin did not hesitate because of how beautiful the image or was how alluring the figure was. As the beam surged forth, the concentrated dark green beams in his eyes, Lumion had already become transparent. As the mirror shattered, Lumion's figure appeared behind Voisin, maintaining a downward swinging motion of the sword. Voisin let out a semi-transparent figure resembling himself emerge, but as Lumion's figure suddenly became illusory. At the same time, Lumion materialized above Voisin, holding the straight sword burning with flames. He had completed the last motion of his attack with his slash. The Sword of Courage struck the junction between Voisin's neck and shoulder, directly cleaving open the skin and flesh with a metallic luster. Immediately after, a violent explosion occurred, and Voisin's body was about to be torn apart. At this moment, Lumion was dazed, while Voisin instantly returned to his original state, teleporting. Lumion did not pursue closely, but turned his body to face the white-haired fatalist and said, "First time." Voisin immediately felt his scalp tingle, understanding the other party meant he had already killed him once, with many more to come. He activated an ability called Phantom and split into 12 copies of himself, each Voisin capable of teleporting. They raised their right hand, reflecting the river of fate of Mercury. As Lumion seemed unable to distinguish which was real, Lumion's eyes smiled. He glanced at the Sword of Courage and found that Voisin's blood, which should have stained it, had disappeared, as if returned to the body. Lumion was not surprised. He suddenly threw the Sword of Courage, hurtling towards the center of the area. The sword fell to the ground like a cannonball, and a massive explosion occurred, shaking the mirror world, and the white-blue flames quickly covered every inch of ground. That's why LEMMiNO had limited the battlefield to the size of a plaza. The phantoms created were destroyed quickly. After struggling for 2 seconds, his true body shattered. LEMMiNO was also engulfed by the flames scorching his skin. Thus he turned into a mirror, and the mirror shattered. Second time, LEMMiNO smiled. As he spoke, spider silk extended from LEMMiNO's body, binding the hilt of courage and dragging it back. Realizing the AoE effect could completely cover the area and that none of his abilities were enough to withstand it, Voisin became overcome with a fear called despair. Although before chasing him, he had already cancelled the previous Circle Inhabitant's effects and waited for LEMMiNO's restriction to end, resetting the Circle Inhabitant with 9 more chances to trigger, with now 7 left. If LEMMiNO were to throw that straight sword again and again, repeating that effect, he didn't think he would have much significance. Unless that black sword needed some time between attacks, Voisin did not dare gamble. He chose to end the effect on himself. His right hand pressed on towards LEMMiNO's approaching figure and the silver-white lines. These lines twisted like snakes, framing LEMMiNO's figure in the middle. Voisin wanted to make LEMMiNO a Circle Inhabitant. Different types of Circle Inhabitant effects did need to wait for restrictions to end, and at some point, Voisin, at only a sequence 4, could maintain only 1 circle. His preset condition now was that if LEMMiNO made any moves to attack him, it would trigger the effect, resetting his state. Such harsh conditions couldn't be placed on an AoE circle and would be suppressed by the target's level. Unlike the AoE effect, which could affect even angel level beyonders. The inevitability power Voisin attached to this Circle Inhabitant could only maintain 3 cycles. Once it succeeded 3 and started the 4th, the destined fate would arrive. Of course, what exactly this destined fate would needed to be was chosen by Voisin himself. But he carefully had to complete the circle quickly, or LEMMiNO could launch an attack first. Voisin had no time to discern, and glanced and chose a tributary from LEMMiNO's illusory River of Fate. The tributary of the Mirror People being hostile to this demoness of despair, which could help Voisin. The worse the desired fate, the worse the final outcome. The more power Voisin had to invest, and the longer it would take to complete the circle. As soon as the circle was completed, LEMMiNO had a spiritual intuition and put down the Sword of Courage. Seeing this, Voisin concentrated the light in his eyes. These 2 beams shot out like light, falling on LEMMiNO, who would once again turn into a mirror. Seeing this, Voisin froze. Why didn't we think of using this method to trap LEMMiNO? That way we could have resolved the battle faster without needing to be killed several times. And now he still had who knows how many substitutes. A reasonable development. Voisin decided to provoke LEMMiNO to attack. Just then, even with the endurance of an ascetic, Voisin couldn't help but cough, causing the beams in his eyes to deviate from the target. The barrier was slightly damaged, but instantly repaired. Voisin began to feel his body weakening, each breath as if his airways were scorched, his spirituality is depleting. Disease. I've been affected by the demoness's disease. Why did you think the explosion and incineration from earlier could directly kill my pathogens? They can persist for a while. Voisin's heart tightened as he attempted to attack LEMMiNO frantically, but only managed to shatter 3 or 4 mirrors. With each ineffective attack, Voisin grew more desperate, seeming to already see the worst outcome approaching, yet he was powerless to reverse it. He tried to metalize his body, but the disease could still infect him. After many more attempts, Voisin lost the strength to stand and collapsed. He no longer had the power to maintain the circle on LEMMiNO. LEMMiNO walked step by step to this Circle Inhabitant and said, "Only 3 times." Voisin raised his head with difficulty, looking at this beautiful and cold face, feeling as if he was falling into a pit of despair. LEMMiNO bound Voisin with a spider web, suspending him, and then formed a sharp ice pillar beneath him. "Goodbye, and give my regards to your master," LEMMiNO said as he retracted the spider silk. Voisin fell, impaled by the ice pillar. Seeing Voisin's eyes bulge, his breath gradually faded, his face twisting in pain and despair. LEMMiNO reached behind the traveler bag and took out the silver lie earring and put it on his ear. The dying Voisin suddenly saw a familiar figure. The figure had light blue eyes, beautiful features, and a thick golden hair. It was Aurora. But this time, there was no fear or terror on Aurora's face, only a smile. Gasp! Voisin uttered his final word sound, and like that, he died. LEMMiNO returned to his normal appearance, casually saying as he removed the earring, "You died so quickly. I wanted to thank you for helping me digest the despair potion." When he had just advanced, the despair potion was mostly digested, and now it progressed even more. Okay, this does make sense though. He felt true despair when Amon just told him everything. But I will say, still kind of shitty if he's gonna become a man in like 10 chapters. LEMMiNO wasn't surprised. According to the mystical knowledge he had learned from Madame Magician, the essence of acting was actually to gradually align one's mental and spiritual state with a core symbolism, thereby bypassing restrictions and completing digestion. His state before and after taking the potion was said to be very close to the name Despair. LEMMiNO wasn't despair. We calling it Wiz? Awareness. I'll tell you right now, he's going to become a great old one. I'll bet you money. I will bet you money. He's going to become a great old one. LEMMiNO wasn't despairing about having to become a demoness. For faster advancement, battle handling of apocalyptic scenarios, and easier resurrection of his sister, he had considered similar things more than once. After all, he would have had the chance to switch to the hunter pathway and become a man again later. He despaired that he was forced to do this and had no way to refuse. He despaired that his previous efforts, struggles, and angers were all under someone else's arrangements, and that he would have to follow someone else's arrangements. Of course, when despair reached its peak, the desire and belief in his heart became strong, and change all intensified to the extreme. "Is this what you wanted?" LEMMiNO whispered self-mockingly. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had already hurried over after Voisin was impaled. LEMMiNO suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to a spot in this ruin. It was where Higdon had died. There, points of light appeared out of thin air, rising upwards only to be blocked by the barrier. This place cuts off connections, preventing some bestowed power from returning. By this time, everyone had returned to him. Looking at that familiar yet beautiful, cold-looking face, Franca opened her mouth, but wanting to say something but swallowed it. Jenna examined LEMMiNO's appearance and had only one thought: it's good that he's alive. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry. LEMMiNO pointed to those green lights and that were being blocked and said, "You can take a weapon over there and place it." This was actively creating a Beyonder weapon. After Franca exchanged a glance with Jenna and Anthony, she said, "I'll go. I'm just in need of a weapon that can harm demigods." She was the second highest Beyonder in the team, not counting Ludwig. If she had a similar weapon earlier, she might not have been so desperate. "All right," Jenna said. Anthony nodded. This didn't mean that if he put the Winter's Coming revolver under those lights, this weapon would reset its usage count. Given its material composition, doing so would likely cause corruption to exceed the limit, making it shatter. Franca took out her cannon gun and ran towards the area. LEMMiNO withdrew his gaze and looked at Jenna and said, "Do you have any ring-shaped items?" Jenna looked at the smile that seemed to radiate its own light and was a bit surprised. She found a cheap silver bracelet and gave it to LEMMiNO. After taking it, LEMMiNO placed the bracelet atop Voisin's corpse, waiting for the inevitability power to be intercepted. He then looked back at the distinct, transparent boundary, and seeing his own face, he made an effort to smile, just because Aurora was just such a person. In front of the bloody altar, Ma'am Hermit was trying to find a way to combine the iron cigar case bearing Mr. Fool's aura and the Spear of Longinus to attack the painting. Madame Magician, based on her experience and sealing abilities, said the power of inevitability is to make the interference of non-vortex rituals participants fail, while that terrifying voice affects all Beyonders similar to Listener and Mystery Priors. We may be able to separate them. Okay. Bye, Dr. Z! The power of inevitability is most likely dissipating from that circular ring on the painting. If we can unplug it, shield it, we should be able to break free from the interference and destroy the painting. Plug it. Ma'am Hermit had an idea. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the barrier seal was strengthened, the power of inevitability was weakened. She cast a warlock spell, throwing that iron cigar case towards the painting, making it land accurately in the silver-white ring. The iron cigar case pressed down on that ring, shielding it. The little boy, Will, said, "The power of inevitability has decreased a lot more." Hearing this, Madam Magician raised both arms, making the void around the painting bend. The space collapsed, shattering inch by inch, along with obvious cracks appearing on the oil painting. Miss Justice's face then protruded with patches of grayish-white scales, her body seeming to swell. Similarly, Madame Judgment once again made a judgment. Seeing her companions all launching attacks, Ma'am Hermit once again condensed an ancient spear stained with blood and threw it at the painting. The painting, already in tatters, was pierced by the spear of Longinus. Immediately after, flames that seemed to encompass all colors erupted from the spear's tip, igniting the oil painting, burning it to ash. Above Trier, one worm of time crawled back to Mr. Starr. This major arcana holder wearing red gloves said to the hanged man, "Amon has returned, briefly regaining the true god powers of the era and door pathways. I must return to the Cathedral of Serenity immediately." He said, "Bro, he might come after me. I gotta go." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Mr. Hanged Man cast his gaze down, shaking his head at the sheer bumminess of his teammate. Seeing Moon transform into a crimson moonlight fall into an extremely compressed villa mist, while St. Viev of the EBS Church shone into it in the form of sunlight. Deep in the primitive island outside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, Amon, at the edge of the astral world, looked down at Pearl. "What are you still waiting for?" Roselle asked. "The same as what you're thinking now, the most arrogant thought you've ever had. If it was just to eliminate the believers of the uncertain mist, there would be no need for such trouble, nor would it be worth it to reveal our trump cards." Roselle glanced at him and said, "That could bring great hidden dangers. When you make a decision, you must accept the consequences. How can you accomplish anything big without taking risks?" Amon said. "This wasn't said by me, nor you." Before Roselle, who was being eroded more and more deeply by the pain by the white mist, could respond, Amon looked into the distance and said, "Those few from the Tarot Club are not bad. They don't need me to personally descend to destroy that painting." Saying this, Amon showed an eager expression and said, "Now, it's time." Casting his gaze at the Emperor's mausoleum towards Bernadette, who had been restricted by Roselle. That Queen Mystic suddenly recalled something, feeling as if a certain memory had parted in the mist and revealed itself. She stretched out her hands, sketching out one word after another, bearing starlight. These words, seemingly the source of all languages in the northern and southern continent, intertwined with the strange symbols, opening a secret door that led to the depths of the spirit world. The door opened silently, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man with an upper body and an airflow lower body, wrapped in a white cloth. "The magic wishing lamp and that item," Bernadette commanded. That man with an airflow lower body respectfully responded, then took out two items and wrapped around his from the white cloth wrapped around his body. One was a miniature kettle, golden in color, covered in a mysterious and complex symbol, 005. The other was a gray stone tablet, also engraved with words that seemed to be the source of all source of all languages in the northern and southern continent. The blasphemy slate? After receiving these two items, Bernadette remembered what she and the former Angel of Imagination, now the true creator, Adam, were cooperating on. Now it was the final step of the transaction. The grey stone tablet she held in her hand was the second blasphemy slate, transformed from the remains of the ancient sun god, the predecessor of the true creator, recording the names, potions, formulas, and rituals for each sequence of the 22 paths. Bernadette originally didn't want to push the transaction to this step, hoping to resolve the corruption on her father before this, thereby ending the ritual, but ultimately she had to face the music. Many of her efforts had failed, and several of her backup plans either didn't have time to take effect or lost their effect because they were restricted by her father in the mausoleum and unable to leave. She could only hope that the proclaimed inevitable outcome would come to pass. She raised both her hands, pushing the magic wishing lamp, the second blasphemy slate, towards midair. The moment he saw those two items, Roselle understood all of Adam's arrangements. He reached out his hand, distorting the distance between the magic wishing lamp and himself, making it fall into his hand. The blasphemy slate first disappeared, then appeared in the hands of Amon. Roselle smiled. Now that I am the true Black Emperor, and deeply corrupted by the uncertain mist, I may be able to do something about the wishing lamp and the genie inside it as a medium. It's not might, it is certainly, Amon smiled. Roselle didn't say any more. Holding the lamp, he closed his eyes and extended his consciousness into the object. This brought along some of the white mist that had begun to erode his consciousness. Vaguely, Roselle seemed to see another barrier standing between heaven and earth. The barrier wrapped in a grayish-white fog, its appearance indiscernible. Soon, Roselle sensed a gap in the fog on that invisible barrier, but he couldn't lock onto it. At this moment, Amon pressed his hand against the crystal monocle wedged in his eye socket, and the monocle lit up with a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the world. Roselle's consciousness, combined with the uncertain mist corruption, floated into the gap instantly. A haze appeared before his eyes. Deep within the swirling smoke seemed to be a hidden 33 layer of sky, each layer with numerous buildings faintly visible. Roselle's consciousness ascended quickly, arriving at the highest layer of the sky. He saw the incredibly enormous imperial figure, saw that the figure's face was masked by a string of jade, and beneath the jade seemed to be nothing, a void. Roselle inexplicably felt that this enormous imperial figure was similar to himself, born from the same source, yet encompassing him. A close connection was quickly established. This connection swiftly eroded Roselle's consciousness, yet was blocked by the corruption of the uncertain mist. They both merged and opposed each other, and Roselle momentarily gained some clarity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and using that connection, he lowered his stance and said in his mother tongue, "Imperial brother, lend me thy strength!" That emperor with a face shielded by jade strings attached to a tall oriental crown stood up. Behind him, several imperial figures appeared. These figures, each with different external appearances, but similar faces covered in jade strings, lacking faces and a complete void. At the same time, all layers in the sky with the haze lit up, revealing magnificent buildings and sacred figures, and Roselle's eyes instantly filled with light. His consciousness suddenly returned to the Black Emperor. I have no idea what the fuck that was. Who are the Jade Emperors? Seeing bursts of azure light erupting from within, dispersing and dissolving that white mist that had eroded deeply within. Yet as time passed, the light and mist began to show signs of merging. During this process, the uncertain mist did not withdraw its white mist. On one hand, it was due to the barrier's obstruction and the influence of the true creator in Amon, and on the other, it was following its own chaotic madness, following its instinctive desire and craving, wanting to truly merge with the light. Roselle instantly felt as if he was another facet of the uncertain mist. The connection established between them through the white mist quickly becoming unusually solid. At this point, even if the uncertain mist wanted to recall that white mist, it couldn't be done instantly, requiring some time, unless Roselle agreed. The ball of white mist from the vortex involuntarily rose, flying towards Roselle's body. This terrifying pearl, who was currently only able to survive with the help of the hidden of this mist, while the shadow of the beauty goddess and miniature crimson moon in the midst both stopped advancing, standing still. Roselle once again cast his glance towards Amon, who was holding the blasphemy slate, and said with some emotion, as expected of a visionary, "To dare to imagine this, to dare to arrange this. The true purpose of the true creator using the vortex ritual was to deal with the uncertain mist peering into our world. Normally, even if the true creator and the six gods put aside their grudges and cooperated, they couldn't do such a thing, at most forcing the uncertain mist to retreat. But now, he'd used the ritual, used the mist's craving for the Black Emperor's true god, allowing the uncertain mist to establish a firm and close connection with himself, making himself increasingly similar to the uncertain mist, and creating this opportunity. This so-called opportunity certainly wasn't to use this connection to transfer power over and directly attack. as that would lead to a good effect. But in the mystical world, there were some underlying rules that could be exploited. Many ways to defeat powerful existences by harming the weak. As this thought flashed, Roselle began to rub his fingers over the golden surface of the magic wishing lamp and said, "Genie!" The wick at the spout ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water. As soon as a pale gold appeared, he turned his head, about to dive back into the lamp, but the white mist and the azure light eroding Roselle's body suddenly split off a large portion, like a bear smelling honey or a vampire placed next to a pool of fresh blood, surging forth with this pale golden figure binding it layer upon layer. Genie twisted and struggled, trying to escape his predicament and escape back to the magic wishing lamp, but couldn't succeed, his figure slowly showing signs of merging with the mist and light. The genie's mouth kept opening and closing as if cursing Amon and Roselle, but restrained by the white mist. Roselle raised the magic wishing lamp and Genie to his chest level, distorting the relationship between the main body and the external items, making himself an appendage of the Genie. In an instant, Genie, originally one with the uncertain mist and completely of the same source, seemed to become another facet of the uncertain mist again, yet it was subject to sealing, unable to exert any power. Okay. Now, before your authority over loopholes as a true god of the error pathway, under this firm and close connection from a mystical perspective, the weak Genie can be completely equal the powerful uncertain mist. Severely injuring Genie would be equivalent to severely injuring the uncertain mist, and making the Genie fall asleep would be the same as making the uncertain mist fall asleep. What happens next is that up to the two of you. Amon smiled and raised the blasphemy slate. In the forsaken land of the gods, atop the majestic, stretching mountain range, before a huge, bloody cross, Adam, who had shaken off the influence of the outer gods' ravings, was waiting there, wearing a simple white robe with a thick golden beard, eyes as clear as a child's, and beneath his feet a dense shadow different from him. It seemed to be his, but not quite. Adam opened his mouth and said, "I am one, and also infinity, the beginning and the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Adam's eyes became illusory and his body appeared a strange sea that seemed to encompass all colors and possibilities. Immediately after, Adam grasped a silver cross pendant hanging off his chest. Above his head, a blazing illusory sun leapt out to his left, lightning, gale winds, and sea waves interwove to form an overlooking phantom. To his right, a white tower with numerous brass eyes. These illusory, seemingly imagined authorities and symbols, along with Adam's own shadow, driven by the sea, merged into Adam's body. With a thunderous sound, the sea, encompassing all colors and possibilities, surged up, submerging the entire mountain range, while Adam expanded into huge figures of light. This true creator briefly returned to his peak state, and that human savior who had battled the ancient gods appeared to the world once more. He slowly walked on the chaotic, pitch-black water surface, pointing his fingers to the sea that was both real and illusory. With this pointing, the surface of the second blasphemy slate in Amon's hand surged with chaotic sea water, encompassing all colors and possibilities. Amon no longer held it directly, letting this mottled and ancient stone tablet float in front of his body. He then looked towards the pale golden Genie that was frantically twisting while seemingly cursing him, revealing a smile that made him even more furious. Then he let the blasphemy slate rise up. Last chapter, boys. As the blasphemy slate in front of Amon rose up, the white mist corroding Roselle and Genie suddenly reacted, trying to break free and retreat to the cosmos, but Roselle held it down. Similarly, the golden Genie struggled desperately, trying to dive back to the magic wishing lamp through the spout, but Roselle gave him no such chance, binding him in place. Roselle turned his head to look at the Black Emperor's mausoleum, distorting the distinction between inside and outside and giving his daughter a smile. He called out and said, "Enjoy this world for me for a while." "Dad!" Bernadette cried out. Roselle said no more and turned his gaze back. He continued to resist the retraction of the mist, gripping the genie, then raised his chin to Amon and said, "Do it." Amon's monocle lit up with a strange radiance, pressed down with both hands, causing the floating blasphemy slate before him to smash towards the genie and Roselle, who was embracing him. The chaotic seawater, encompassing all waters and possibilities, transformed into a torrent, surging. Drawn by this, the ball of white mist representing the vortex ritual, along with Pearl, the shadow of the beauty goddess, and the miniature sun inside, rushed towards the genie and Roselle. At this moment, within the vortex's white mist, and a previously unexpanded point of light emerged, revealing a dim, dark scene that seemed to correspond to both a fourth epoch tree and an unknown place. From this scene, a delicate, slender, beautiful, white hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the disoriented arm of the beauty goddess and dragging this artifact into its own point of light. Unaffected by the completion of this transaction, the moon, formed by the Great Mother's corruption, arrived before the light point where the blurred figure was suspended. Amon was fully utilizing loopholes while also having control of the blasphemy slate and maintain its stability, so he could barely spare a bit of attention to interfere. He couldn't prevent the disappearance of the shadow of the beauty goddess, only causing the miniature sun to autonomously crumble. The remaining miniature moon drilled into the corresponding light point, entering the blurred figure suspended in midair. That figure, wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses, suddenly had its belly swell up, with obvious cracks appearing from crevices, arms covered in black tar-like liquid protruding, with scarlet eyeballs, skull heads, and mouths, each with teeth and tongues suddenly stretching out, tearing. At the next moment, the white mist representing the vortex ritual covered the pale golden genie, with all the points of light extinguishing. Genie cursed frantically and silently, but could only watch helplessly as the chaotic torrent encompassing all colors and possibilities surged towards him. He was instantly submerged. His body, composed of pale golden viscous lamplight, disintegrated, reverting to tiny golden fragments. These fine, pure gold light points were rapidly washed and eliminated. In the blink of an eye, only an extremely dim, blue-tinged light remained of the genie. This light, not completely decomposed by the chaotic torrent, pathetically shrank back into the golden wishing lamp. At this point, Roselle no longer needed to restrain Genie, nor did he need to arduously maintain the close connection between himself and the uncertain mist. He looked down at the chaotic torrent surging before him, raised his chin and opened his arms, as if embracing his own world. In an instant, the torrent, encompassing all colors and possibilities, submerged Roselle. This Black Emperor's body disintegrated, becoming ethereal. "Dad!" Bernadette called out again. Simultaneously, outside the barrier, the white mist covering the certain planet contracted to its core, as if directly struck by the second blasphemy slate, along with the chaotic torrent, revealing the weathered earth and dried seabed. Immediately after, uncertain, dense white mist spread out again, with indescribable sounds echoing through the cosmos, causing even the extremely bright astral world to be covered by a thin mist. In the next second, the mist, whose size and state were indescribable, detached from the previous planet. The planet shattered and various rocks and gases ejected out. Then a chaotic sense encompassing all colors appeared on the surface of the dense, uncertain, unviewable mist. It shrank, rapidly disappearing into the depths of the endless, dead cosmos. Did they just collapse a planet? They just said, "Fuck that planet," and just nuked it? On the streets of Trier, citizens saw the mist dissipating and the sun returning. The series of strange events that had occurred were not forgotten, and the voice proclaiming "Emperor has returned" lingering in their hearts. What the fuck is happening to the world? Many people thought. With these doubts and fears lingering, they turned their heads to the nude stands and cathedrals. On this day, mystical magazines like Psychic, Arcane, and Lotus were sold out. Whether it was the EBS Sun's Cathedral, God of Steam and Machinery, or the Fools, they were all packed. Similarly, in cities large and small across the northern and southern continent, Backland and Pylos, corresponding magazines were in short supply. And every cathedral was filled. Above the island, Amon descended to the height of with the top of the mausoleum. He looked at Bernadette, who had just walked out, and said, "For 60 years, the uncertain mist will not be able to come. There will be one less danger to face at the time of the apocalypse. As long as no new Black Emperor is born, or as long as the order of human society has not completely collapsed, or this mausoleum is not destroyed, Roselle will be able to resurrect from nothingness after 100 years. At that time, with 3 types of corruption on him, he will achieve a basic balance and be able to maintain basic humanity and clarity." At this point, Amon laughed and changed his tone. This is the future he claims, and also his promise to you. He said, "I appreciate all that you did, but it'll require a little bit more." Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, Amon grabbed at the air and tossed a crown inlaid with many dark gems that had just appeared to Queen Mystic. "As a guarantee of the promise, the Black Emperor's uniqueness shall be given to you. As long as you don't die and no new Black Emperor appears." Bernadette caught the crown and said, "I hope the future he claims will inevitably unfold." That I cannot answer on his behalf. Anyway, I have received my payment and the ritual was completed just now. As he finished speaking, Amon, who no longer had the status of a true god, took back the blasphemy slate and disappeared. In front of the destroyed bloody altar, after the world's darkness and the mist at the high altitudes retreated, Madame Magician cast her glance at the sky. As an angel closely connected to the mirror world, she had already learned from the spirit world what had just happened with the fate of the minor arcana holders. "What's wrong?" Madame Judgment asked. "That evil god who preached in the name of truth has suffered a heavy blow and must sleep for decades. This is good news. One less major danger for humanity to face during the apocalypse, and there won't be any brokers running around making connections. But Roselle has perished due to this. He may only have a chance to resurrect and return after 100 years. And also..." She didn't continue. Madame Hermit, who had lifted her hearing seal, and the other major arcana holders like Miss Justice and Madame Judgment, also had complex expressions. In a room of 5 or 6 meters in height in the new city of Silver, Lumin had already brought Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, and the subsequently recovering Ludwig and Lugano, to a place that could guarantee their safety. Looking at Lumin with his black hair scattered and delicate features, Franca wanted to tease him, but felt it wasn't the right time. She had known that Lumin considered switching pathways for faster advancement. As long as he maintained a sense of self, he could switch back and become a man again. So originally, Franca thought Lumin made the right decision to switch to Demoness to deal with the dangerous situation. But now she felt like that wasn't it. If it had been his choice, he wouldn't be this sad. Thinking, Franca glanced over at the sky and said, "The vortex seems to have ended. Good, the apocalypse didn't come and we're alive." "Do you want a change of clothes?" Jenna asked Lumin. Lumin looked at the 2 demonesses and Anthony, then Ludwig. Who continued eating frantically without caring that his godfather had now become his godmother, and Lugano, who occasionally stole glances at him, and said, "I'll explain later. I'm going somewhere now." "By yourself?" Jen asked. Lumin nodded. Franca didn't try to persuade him, taking out a black cloak she had brought and threw it to Lumin. Lumin put on the cloak and activated the mark on his shoulder, teleporting to a deep valley where the ancient church stood, the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order. Lumin entered this cathedral, walking step by step to the huge cross inside. Along the way, there were no humans, nor any unknown beings blocking him. After stopping, Lumin, wearing the black robe, looked at the male deity statue hanging upside down, his gaze moving from the rusty iron nails piercing the deity's body and the fresh blood rendered around him all the way down to the face where the features were blurred except for the eyes, which were clear and tightly closed, as if bearing all the pain. After staring for a while, Lumen said, "One day I will truly walk before you and tell you my answer." After this, Lumion turned his back and walked out the cathedral, and at the same time, fireballs shot out from around him, flying towards the different paths of the cathedral, flying towards the male deity. Pillars collapsing inside the cathedral, windows shattering, corners setting ablaze. The huge black cross that was blasted to pieces, and the inverted statue crashed down, smashing into many fragments. The statue's head separated from its neck, rolling a few times and covered in dust. Its face happened to face the silhouette of Lumion walking through the collapsing cathedral, his black hair and cloak fluttering, the eyes remaining tightly shut, as if bearing all the pain and guilt. God loves this world. End of volume. Demoness. Damn. That was a really, really good volume ender. I think this volume is number 2 for me all time. I think this volume is number 2 all time. The genie and Rosa could affect the uncertain mist. I do not. I think it's number 2. That was really awareness. Thank you. Sorry, I missed this. That was really good. That was so good. We did it, guys. What do we got? 3 more volumes, and then we're done. All of this universe is done. Awareness, seriously, thank you so much, man. 3 more volumes, man. That's it. That's 300 chapters. Roselle had corruption of Uncertain Mist plus Genie, which is half of Uncertain Mist, and distorted faith of Uncertain Mist to point to him. Koi is a mirror reflection for Lord of the Mysteries. I think so too. Actor Z. Lord of Mysteries, which makes something that is not supposed to happen, like in a mysterious way, like it doesn't make any sense. It's, why did that even happen? And inevitability, which makes which makes everything feel like it was always going to have happened this way. It makes sense for them to be mirror opposites, right? Oh, every volume of Koi mirrors a corresponding volume in LTM. Oh, in that sense, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. In that way too, sure, yeah. Amon used error symbolism. Yeah, we're gonna do author notes, Plague. We're gonna do that later, man. I'm so done for today. You go. Okay, seriously, thank you so much, everyone who came out today. Shadow Slave when? I don't know if we're ever going to do Shadow Slave either. Only 3,300 chapters. Fuck off. Alright, thank you so much everyone for coming, everyone who did. I think we were just shy of 50 chapters. Do you regret swearing you'll drop Koi if Roselle died? No, I don't, okay? I still want to drop it. My goat should have been allowed to live, okay? He should have been allowed to live, okay? Thank you so much everyone. We were so close. I think we were just shy of 50 views, which is by far the biggest Koi stream we've ever had. I think at like 30 viewers, someone said, I don't know who it was, but someone said like Someone said like, oh, the entire COI community is here. Which I thought was really funny, but I didn't say it. It's fine. Alright. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.